Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Singh. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have been informed that the WIPARI has agreed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity and welcome our ministers who are present in the House and who will now proceed with the questions as printed on the order paper. And I believe we're going to start with the Minister of Finance, if there's nothing changed. Honorable Chief Whip.
In order. Finance is the first one today.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. We are going to start with the Honorable Minister of Finance. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question is whether National Treasury will indicate the value of the conditional grants rollovers approved in the past 5 financial years, and also to give details, and whether we will also verify whether the rolled over funds were actually spent according to the rollover application specifications, and if not, give the details. The answer is yes, National Treasury is able to provide the value of approved rollovers for the past years, and the details are that for the past 5 years, from 2009 until 2014, municipalities have requested a total of 23.2 billion rands in rollovers, and an amount of 16.5 billion rands of that was approved. The approval constitutes an average of around 3.3 billion rand rollovers per annum since 2009. For the second question, we do not verify whether rolled over funds are spent in accordance to the specifications for which they are approved for. However, we monitor financial performance of the rollover funds. While National Treasury monitors monthly expenditures, the financial reporting against approved rollovers through the requirements of the Municipal Finance Management Act, Section 71, the Section 71 reports that Parliament receives. It is the responsibility of the sector departments responsible for the grant management to monitor performance of rollovers against intended objectives. In terms of the 2013-14 rollovers, municipalities reported expenditure of 2.1 billion rands from the approval of 4.3 billion rands in accordance with the MFMA Section 71 preliminary reports. Chair, I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was the question which was asked by the Honorable Member C.J. De Beer. Do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the comprehensive reply. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, conditional grants enables municipalities to deliver on basic services and infrastructure and requires sound financial management. Looking at the reply, how is National Treasury assisting municipalities to accomplish this goal? Seeing past experience that some of them step out of line and then run to Parliament to ask for assistance. In short, what is the National Treasury program to assist municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Our program indeed is to assist municipalities in making sure that once they step out of line, it is to whip them into line. As we did, the intention of invoking Section 216 of the Constitution on these municipalities forces municipalities to focus on the root causes of the problems that they have encountered. They also will begin to collect the revenue that is due to them with the purpose, and in this way, municipalities will move away from the dependency on grant funding. The process will also change the culture of non-payment to one of the payment and responsibilities of sending very strong signals into the system that once a service is consumed, payment must follow in both instances. That is, both municipalities, as they did with ESCOM and with water boards, but also with their customers, that when customers do receive the service, that service must be paid for. So we assist municipalities in making sure, as we did also even in getting them to sign agreements with ESCOM and councils also to approve such action. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would now want to ask the honorable members to, are you rising on a point of order? What is the point of order?
I'm a little bit perturbed here, House Chairperson. I just want the Minister and maybe Honorable De Beer to be open to us. Because you see, if the Minister has already answered to the question which appears in the question paper, I don't think he could be reading the second follow-up question.
Honorable Mitilen, what is your
I just
point
want
of
to find
order?
out if, how can he be able to be reading the follow-up question? How did he know this question was going to be asked?
Okay, can you then take your seat so that I address you?
I just want us to be clear.
I
How
heard
did
you.
the minister know that Manager De Beer was going to ask this question?
Honorable,
Because the only thing we expect the minister to be reading is the first question which appears as is in the question paper here.
are you done
You
with
follow
your,
the story.
Are you done, Honorable Mitilen?
Thank you.
Please take your
Can I
seat.
get an
Take
answer
your
to that
seat.
one? Thanks.
Honorable Mitilen, that is not a point of order. Can I then ask the honorable members if ever they have hands for follow-up questions? I see the hand of the honorable member. You'll be number 1. And then Honorable Motara will be number 2. And I don't see any other hands. The Honorable Van Lingen. Okay, the honorable member will be number 2. The first one was the honorable member De Beer. And the honorable member Motara will be number 3. Honorable Van Lingen will be the last one. In that order, thank you. Honorable member. Honorable member, it's your time.
The question
Please
to
go, continue with your question. I've made a ruling on that one. Take your seat, Honorable Mitilen. Oh, continue, Honorable Member. Take your seat. Continue.
Honorable Chair, it's difficult for me to continue under these circumstances.
Okay. Take your seat, Honorable Member. Let me address Honorable Mitilen. Your problem was that you did not say you're asking a question. You said you're rising on a point of order.
It's a
And
point of
I
order.
ruled on that one. That is not a point of order. That is why we are continuing, Honorable Mitilen. Take your seat.
No. I think here
Continue,
there's
Honorable
something
Member.
wrong here. Maybe you can to the minister to answer. It's a very simple and direct question.
Are you now chairing, Honorable Mitilen?
I'm saying, House Chairperson, you know, we always expect ministers to read the prepared questions. The follow-up question which came with Manager De Beer cannot, we don't expect the minister to be going through the paper.
Okay.
It's something that he answers from.
Okay.
Was he already prepared
Okay.
to give us an answer on the
Take your
follow-up
seat,
question?
Honorable De Beer.
That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mitilen, yesterday, me and you were in this house, and I gave you a chance to raise whatever you wanted to raise. You started by drafting first, and when you stood up, you took a piece of paper and go through that paper, and nobody ruled you out of order. Whenever the Honorable De Beer was asking a question, the minister was busy preparing himself. So that is not a point of order, Honorable Member. Over to you, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Mitilen. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity at last. I hope Honorable Mtileni will not interject any further for now. Honorable Minister, thank you.
Order, Honorable Members. The Honorable Member Isaac has drafted his question on a piece of paper, and now he is reading that question paper to the Honorable Minister, and the Honorable Minister is listening. There's nothing wrong in drafting and standing up and reading. There's nothing wrong in that.
Honorable Minister.
How do you see it? Honorable Mitilen, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mitilen. Okay, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mitilen. Honorable Member, you're on your feet?
I'm on a point of order, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
The rules of the House allow that the Honorable Chair must rule against irrelevance. We're wasting a lot of time on points of order that are raised, but that are irrelevant. So please, if we can avoid that and continue with the meeting, with the House. Thanks.
I hope we are all noting that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Caucus. Honorable Isaac.
At last, let's try again. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, given that 28.2 was rolled over, as you just mentioned, what was the total requested amount then to have been rolled over, the total requested amount? And in your opinion, what was the reason then for the unspent funds? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to read again. I said in my response, the amount that was requested was 23.2 billion rands. And the amount that was rolled over, which was allowed, was 16.5 billion rands. So this is now over a period of 5 years. And if I may read again, you know, rollovers by their very nature, and perhaps it helps because the honorable member, I had also preempted Honorable Mtileni's question, but he didn't ask it. He doesn't understand what rollovers are. So if I may help him so that he can help his constituency. Rollovers are funds that have been allocated to departments committed to various programs and projects. And if those projects, for instance, if the project straddles over the 2 financial years, has not been completed but funds have been committed. For instance, you're building a road and you haven't completed the road and you have spent half of your resources. In order for those funds to be rolled over, there are processes that we follow which would ultimately culminate by coming to Parliament for Parliament to approve what has not been spent. So the reason, if I were to answer the member now, for the reason might have been that the projects or the funds that had been committed to some of those projects and programs had not been completed. But if there is no sufficient evidence that those funds are indeed required for completion of the programs and projects, it is those that are not approved. It is for that reason that even though the application was for 23.2, only 16.5 billion was approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for responding to the question raised by the Honorable Member Isaac. Order, Honorable Isaac, from the DA, and you were also reading. Thank you very much. Honorable Motara, you are the next.
I'm also going to read.
Thank you, Minister, for explaining the difference between rollovers and unspent funds. My question is, you have indicated that the nature of some of the withheld funds was because municipalities were unable to pay Eskom and water boards. There is a lot of intergovernmental debt, especially in provincial departments or national departments that owe each other. What is hampering or challenging the department to do the same with provincial and national departments that are unable to service their debt to other departments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The other departments or interdepartmental debt is also being handled. The only difference is that we do not have a legislative framework to be able to withhold funds to departments. And it's for that reason that we have written letters. First letters were written by the accounting officer, the DG in this instance. And I also, as minister, have written letters to ministers whose departments, which we have identified that owe some of the municipalities, because the ultimate objective is to make sure that any debt owed to anyone by any government departments, even among spheres of government, should be settled, because we sit with a situation like we did with ESCOM, when ESCOM was struggling for funds, only to find that there are funds that have not been paid by respective government departments. So it's a matter that government is seized with, and we are working hard at it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Van Ligen, you are the last one.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. It's very difficult to hear what the minister is saying where I'm sitting. And either we must bring the mic closer to him or more upright so that the recordings can be clear. Thank you. The minister spoke about the rollover funds and the conditions or whatever the difference between the two. What concerns me most is our access to the figures that Honorable Motara was referring to, and also the fact that the Department of Finance, National Treasury, made it clear in our portfolio committee that they will not give rollovers to any funds or projects where there's not a CFO, and an acting CFO is not good enough at municipal level. Now, I want the minister to confirm this so that we know exactly where we stand, because there are many rural municipalities where that particular skill is a scarce skill and these people are not in place. Has the department supported local municipalities to the effect that their projects can continue whether the system is failing them or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van Ligen. Honorable Minister, please try to be closer to the mic when you respond. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be shorter. I'm vertically challenged. I'm vertically challenged, so I will have to.
Just try your best, Honorable Minister.
I am, and that is why I'm now standing like this, Chair. And indeed, it's not only the CFO, but it is that the municipality must demonstrate the capacity to be able to spend. But the municipality must provide a clear plan that those funds are now going to be spent. That is if the funds have just not been spent because of poor planning or any other failures in the municipalities. But in the instances where funds have actually just not flown because of the non-completion of the program or project, funds will be released. And it's for that reason also, and access to that information, as I said in my response, that we table the Section 71 reports in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act to Parliament, and Parliament engages with these reports. It is these reports where this information is readily available for members in order to engage with this expenditure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we proceed. The next question is from the Honorable Member Julius to the Minister of Finance. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. If I may read again.
Question number 259.
259. Thank you, Chair. The question asks about the details that National Treasury, or of the work that National Treasury has undertaken for government's proposed nuclear build program in the 2014-15 financial year and the outcomes achieved in each case, and whether any money was spent on the said work undertaken. If not, what is the position in this regard? If so, what are the relevant details in each case? Question 1A and B, the response, Chairperson and honorable members, is that National Treasury has produced a few studies that relate to energy generation options. The following studies have been conducted in the 2014-15 financial year. The first report is called Feasibility of Gas, Nuclear and Regional Hydro for Electricity Generation. This study considered a comparison of feasibility of various technologies, including some technology-specific studies. The second is that there were also various studies on short and long-term energy generation options, which included the following reports. The first is a short-term energy report, which completed a short internal research report comparing short-term generation options. The second is long-term energy reports, where we conducted an internal research report on the feasibility of imported gas, which is currently being updated. We also conducted an internal research report on nuclear costing and financing. We are now conducting ongoing internal research into rooftop photovoltaic technology, which will consider the possibility of generating electricity through solar panels on household and business rooftops. Most reports were compiled using internal resources. That's the answer to the resources issue. And I rest my case there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Julius, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I actually wanted also to hear how much money was spent, but my follow-up will be on, do you envisage any increase in the spending on this nuclear build program in 2014-15 financial year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Julius. Honorable Minister.
Chair, the question seems to be narrowly focusing on nuclear, and I have indicated to the honorable member that we are involved in the work that talks to energy in general, which includes nuclear. So it would not be possible out of the work that we have done as the Treasury to extricate only the one that pertains to nuclear. I have a long list here, if I may be allowed to read, Chair. You know, on gas, you know, it also does not spell out the amounts. It just talks to the amount of work that has been done. On nuclear, it is the same. On regional hydro studies, it is the same. On rooftop photovoltaic, it will be the same. And it goes on, and I'm quite happy to favor the member with this report. Most of the reports, as I said, we used internal resources, and perhaps with some of the exceptions. On the regional hydro work, a water engineering expert was hired on short-term contract. I hope I'm not offending members by reading this, but it's the only way I can be able to do this. For a limited number of hours to assist national capital projects in understanding the technical and engineering implementation aspects of the project, and this cost about 190,000. On the comparison of various electricity generational technology, an expert was hired to provide training to the National Capital Projects Unit on how to build financial models to assess the financial cost of hypothetical energy generation projects. The cost was 400,000 rands. So at the end of the day, as the member wants to know whether the cost won't escalate in 2014-15, 14-15 ended on at the end of March 2015. So we are now in 2015-16, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now is your chance, Honorable Van Lingen. After Van Lingen, we'll have the Honorable Member Mohai. Thanks. Order, Honorable Member Ntebe. Over to you, Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, I appreciate the fact that the Minister says that they have done various studies, and I would like him to submit his written replies so that we can have access to them. I do find it strange that the question was specifically asking for amounts, and that the Minister, being the Minister of Finance, is not submitting figures. My question is, with reference to the Minister's reply to question 400 on 9 September 2015, is by when is the engagement with the Department of Energy on financing and the funding model for government's proposed nuclear build program expected to be completed? Now, in a select committee meeting, we were informed that Treasury has done such a study on the funding model and it has been completed. So by when can we have access to that, please?
Thank you very much. Before you respond, Honorable Minister, I want to read this rule to the Honorable Member Van Lingen. Rule number 246, 1B. It says, if the chairperson of the council is of opinion that the question deals with matters of statistical nature, the chairperson may direct that it be placed on the question paper for a written reply. I wanted to clear that. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Indeed, I gave her the numbers, and I said the rest of it will also be found in our annual report, which the honorable members quote from time to time. And if indeed we are asked for the written reply on that one, we will furnish the numbers as they appear on the annual report, which Parliament is already in possession of. And on question 400, I've got the response here. I hope the member is referring to the same section, to the same question 400 of the 21st of August that I have. It's also in writing, where I responded quite elaborately, and I have been consistent in my response to the response that I gave here on question 400. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last member is Honorable Isaac. Over to you.
Been covered by the previous speaker.
Oh, thank you that you are covered. My apology, Honorable Mohai. You were the third one.
He had to be covered because he just michaeled himself. Thanks, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I'd like to raise to the Honorable Minister.
Okay, there is a point of order, Honorable Member. Honorable Isaac,
Honorable
why
Chair,
are you on your feet?
could you please, through you, ask the Honorable Mohai to withdraw his opening remark? Or he must repeat it.
What did he say?
No, let him repeat what he's just said.
He might not
You are
say
the
what you have
chairperson.
heard.
Will you please ask Honorable Mayor Mohai to repeat his opening remark?
Okay, take your seat, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Mohai, continue with your question, follow-up question.
Thanks, yeah, that was on a lighter note, Chair. Honorable House Chair, may I please,
Order, honorable members.
may I please ask the Minister,
Okay, point of order granted, Honorable Mitileni. Take your seat, Honorable Mohai.
I propose this, Honorable Chairperson. You know, when a member rises on an issue, you should not, treat it as a matter of urgency when it comes from your side. Treat us equal. Honorable Isaac has got a concern. And this concern, you need
Order,
to...
honorable members.
No,
Order.
listen.
Order, honorable members.
What you were supposed to have said was to ask Honorable Mohai, what have you said? For him to clarify you, so that you act as a link in between your members and this side, so that you can be able to come up with a solution. You don't just give in like that.
Honorable Mitileni, please take your
Chairperson.
seat. Take your seat. I want to address you.
But you get the story.
Are you done, Honorable Mitileni?
Yes.
Then take your seat.
You seem to be taking us lightly always. When we rise on point of orders, you don't take us seriously. Learn to take us seriously so that this house can run smoothly.
Honorable
Without you
Mitileni.
calling these guys of yours outside.
Honorable Mitileni, please take your seat. I really appreciate your concern, Honorable Mitileni, but the Honorable Member Isaac did not hear what the Honorable Mohai said. Okay, I am... Honorable Mitileni.
Talk at the top of his voice. There's something sinister there. So it's for you to find out.
Honorable Mitileni,
We must all feel covered.
take your seat, Honorable Mitileni. Honorable Mohai, there's no point of order. Continue.
thanks, House Chair. The question I want to raise to the Minister is what is the process,
Order, Honorable Manapule.
what is the process
and
that
Dlamini.
will unfold to determine how nuclear build program will be funded in South Africa? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you to the honorable member. As I indicated earlier, that we work with the relevant departments in establishing the quantum and the cost of each project. And as we have done that, as the Department of Energy has been working with us on these, we will then follow due processes. And Parliament plays a critical part in assessing the budgetary processes because of the transparent nature of our budget process, both in terms of our Constitution and our Public Finance Management Act. All major projects, if I were to make an example of our NHI, it has taken us years to be able to arrive at a funding model that is now ready for public discussion, because it is one of those mega projects. And this fits within our energy mix, which is one of those that we now have allocated 200 million rands, in the coming years, as members will have seen in the medium-term budget policy statement, for the preparatory work now that would culminate in what would come before Parliament as part of Parliament's mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We proceed, honorable members, to question 280, asked by the Honorable Muhai. Over to you, Minister.
The question was whether National Treasury has modeled the impact on the economy of one nuclear build program. No, this is not the one. My apologies. My apologies. It's because there have been too many questions from one party on this matter. So I found myself, I was giving more details. Honorable Mohai asked whether the National Treasury is collaborating with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to ensure that municipalities are, one, economically functional, and secondly, whether they are spending their budgets effectively, especially budget allocations directed to infrastructure development. If not, why not, and if so, how? The response is that government policy, regulations, and financing play an important role in ensuring that municipalities are able to perform their functions and deliver basic services in a manner that supports inclusive local economic growth and development. We also monitor performance of local economies, which is subject to many factors at global and national level. But the Minister of COGTA and I share the view that good municipal governance is a critical enabling requirement for local economic growth and development. In metropolitan areas, National Treasury and Department of Cooperative Governance have also forged collaboration with respective metros as reflected in but one of the following. In the development of the Integrated Urban Development Framework and its implementation through the City Support Program, both of which are aimed at supporting faster, more inclusive urban economic growth. The second is we've had joint efforts to support improved municipal planning and project preparation through the built environment performance planning process and associated work to align intergovernmental planning systems, both of which are jointly chaired by National Treasury and Department of Cooperative Governance. Urban Investment Partnership Conference that was jointly hosted by the Ministers of Finance and Cooperative Governance in August this year are one of those examples of our cooperation. We've also institutionalized 2 annual engagements with 17 non-delegated municipalities. The first of those initiatives is an annual budget benchmark engagement to assess municipal budgets prior to their adoption by municipal councils to ensure that they are credible, sustainable, funded, and aligned to the service delivery objectives of government. And a mid-year budget, which is the second one, and performance assessments to ensure that spending is taking place according to plan and municipalities are collecting adequate revenue to give effect to their legislative and constitutional responsibilities. Department of Cooperative Governance also attends these engagements, which provide a platform to monitor spending, to raise concerns, discuss challenges, make recommendations, and find workable solutions to ensure that municipalities are spending their budgets effectively. Furthermore, National Treasury is also working with Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, which is located within the DCOG, to support the infrastructure development and the implementation of infrastructure procurement and delivery reforms. This includes the rollout of the infrastructure delivery management system to municipalities, which will commence with metropolitan municipalities in 2016-17 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mohai, do you have a follow-up question?
Thanks very much, House Chair. We welcome the Minister's response in this regard that municipalities has to play a greater role with regard to growth and development of the economy. And appreciate that through structured approach that exists, the National Treasury will provide periodic reports to the relevant portfolio committee or the select committee. Thanks very much, House Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Chairperson, we will give regular updates to the committee as is required by the law, but also it is important for Parliament also to assist us in monitoring and making sure in their oversight responsibility that these programs and initiatives do indeed yield the desired outcomes and benefits.
Thank you very much. I've seen a hand for Matlashuping and the honorable member next to Matlashuping. Honorable Terra Blanche, you'll be the next after the honorable member Matlashuping. And I've seen a hand to the honorable Mutara, and she will be the last one on this one.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, the greatest concern here is that plus minus 27 municipalities have reneged on the agreement for payment to ESCOM and water boards. Granted. However, the equitable share from National Treasury is meant specifically to address issues of payment for water and electricity to the poor. Is it not possible for the department, because that is an allocation due to municipalities and it is always spent by municipalities, not to address issues that the equitable share is intended and it is misused for other purposes, that National Treasury develop perhaps a strategy to ensure that the money is directed directly from your office to the service providers to avoid a situation where municipalities do not use the funds for the intended purposes.
Honorable Minister.
Indeed, if the law allowed us to do that, Honorable Member, that would be the best solution. But unfortunately, if you have received a bill and I have not received a bill, I pay the person who owes you, I will be in breach of legislation. It is for that reason that we withhold funds and force municipalities to an arrangement or an agreement with ESCOM, so that when we release the funds, it is on the basis of the agreement that the two have signed, in order to stay within the law. Otherwise, we would have loved to do that. But we cannot settle on behalf of municipalities because it is municipalities that in their books must show a transfer of funds to whoever they owe money. And it is in that light that even the Auditor General would have found us foul if we had followed a route which deviates from what the law provides for.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Terra Blanche.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think I just need to start putting the record straight. My surname is only Ter Blanche. I'm not related to the late Eugene. Honorable Minister, I was just wondering whether you can maybe give us the details of the collaborations. And if you have, what was the value of your support? Minister, your support, has it achieved the desired results? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Terra Blanche. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's not only surnames that keep people related. There are a number of genetic things that keep us, that indicate that we are related. But indeed, unfortunately, I may not be able to give you the actual numbers, but as I said earlier, these initiatives indeed have yielded positive results. A coordinated approach in making sure that there is service delivery, the support for back to basic approach to municipalities is indeed yielding the desired outcome. And we see that also even in our budget councils, where we do invite the Minister of Cooperative Governance and also municipal and also MECs for cooperative governance in provinces, so that we have a coordinated approach. We have taken municipalities as engines of growth. There is no project that is purely a national project, which is not located in a municipality. It is for that reason that we view municipalities as critical and important in our economic development agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me correct myself. I received the correct surname, not Terra Blanche, but Ter Blanche. Honorable Mutara, you are the last on this one.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, over and above regulations and other measures which you have elaborated on, National Treasury took a decision to withhold equitable share from some municipalities. What lessons have been learned from this intervention where municipalities have complied, notwithstanding that there have been some municipalities that have reneged? Have they achieved the desired outcomes intended by the department, noting that it was a very tense and not really desired approach by SALGA especially? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Indeed, we learned a number of lessons. One of those lessons also was that there were issues with the billing system of ESCOM. And that was also because then that brought us together. In trying to address that, we were able also to establish that there were those issues, and we found a solution to that. But we also found that municipalities, councils hardly discuss these issues. But we actually got municipalities to sit and take a decision to make sure that these are discussed in order to be able to make sure that all creditors are also paid. But the other lesson is also that, and that's why we have extended this process now to departments and other spheres, that this also does not only, because it's when municipalities said to us, you withhold our allocations when we don't pay ESCOM and water boards, but there are government departments that owe us money that have not paid us. So that also gave us an opportunity to follow that up, and the departments are actually, even though we don't have the legislative framework, as I said earlier, but the departments are beginning to take that matter also seriously, so that no entity of government owes another and do not settle, so that their books are in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We proceed, Honorable Members. We are now on question 271, asked by the Honorable Member Khaila, and he is not in the House, but he did make an arrangement with the Honorable Member Kaula to the Minister of Finance. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Member wanted to know if I will establish a special fund focusing on addressing rural infrastructure backlog, and he furnished details. And if not, he wanted to know why not, and if so, what are the relevant details? Government, honorable members, is committed to developing the entire nation in both urban and rural areas. There's already a multi-departmental process in place to address infrastructure backlogs in rural areas, ranging from deficiencies in transport infrastructure, water and sanitation, telecommunications and IT, and agricultural-related infrastructure to promote rural economies. I will use a few examples, honorable members, to illustrate to the House the extensive work that government is doing to address infrastructure backlogs in rural areas and funding that has already been allocated. Agriculture, to start with, constitutes the core of rural economy. To address infrastructure backlogs, such as in storage, packaging facilities, and agro-processing equipment, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has set aside an amount of 2 billion rands a year for agri-parks in 44 rural districts as we speak. Second one is water infrastructure. There are about 229 funded bulk water supply and wastewater infrastructure projects across the country, mostly in rural areas, which received more than 40 billion rands over this MTEF. Third is technology. To ensure that rural communities are not left behind, the technology frontier, in the technology sector, 7 rural sites have been identified within the 8 NHI municipal districts for rolling out broadband connectivity as a pilot project to the amount of 740 million rands as allocated during the 2015 medium-term expenditure framework period for the project. Fourthly, transport infrastructure. This plays a key role as a capital input into production and wealth generation, which is already being rolled out in rural areas with an estimated 21 billion rands having been allocated and budgeted for between 2012-13 and 2016-17 for areas outside the metros and secondary cities. The fifth is the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program, the REIPP, which has led to private sector investment of 168 billion rands. The vast majority of these projects establish solar, wind, and concentrated power generation facilities in rural areas. Most of these infrastructure projects are implemented through grants transferred to provinces and municipalities. Government will continue to focus on improving delivery and the quality and value for money on all capital projects. It is for this reason that we say there is no need to establish a dedicated fund, because these initiatives, as just examples, not exhausted by any chance, Chairperson and honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before you make a follow-up, Honorable Kaila, I want to request the Minister, if ever is possible, just go straight to the respond and not repeat the question. Thank you. Honorable Kaila.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo hloniphekile, ngiyathokoza mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe. Cha ubaba uGeyila ubethe ngimbuza ukuthi ke uma ngabe umhlonishwa ethi isidingo sokuthi kube ne dedicated fund asikho. Umnyango uyakulandela ke yini ukuthi inkecelezi ezisuke yikhishelwe konke lokho akubalayo umhlonishwa kuyenzeka yini kubudgetele njengoba suke yikhishiwe imali. Ngenxa yesizathu sokuthi lapha kuma select committee kubuye kube khona ongqongqoshe abakhalayo ngokuthi mangenza umzekeliso njengokuthi umiki unama percentage athize ukuthi leyo ukuthi kodwa kukhona omasipala abangakwenzi lokho bese ke bekhala abanye abahlonishwa ukuthi ama portfolio abo awanakekeleki kule imali esuke zinama percent athile budgeted nomasipala. Kungabe umnyango uyakulandela ke wena ukuthi lezi inkece zenza lokhu okusuke kulotshiwe ukuthi ipercent lalokho ipercent lalokho. Ngiyathokoza.
Ngibonge bakhawula impela umnyango uyakulandela lokho ngokubambisana nawo, futhi iminyango leyo kuyona esuke iqondene nalawo ma grants kumbe lezo zimali ezikhishiwe. Kodwa okunye futhi ngithemba ukuthi ke neParliament linomsebenzi wokuthi lisilekelele ekuthenini lilandele ukuthi impela, ngoba phela lokhu ngaphambi kokuba izimali zinikezwe omasipala neminyango le zidlula khona la eParliament bese kube kukhishwa imibiko ke nyanga zonke nanjalo ngekota ukuthi izimali zenzeni, ekhombisayo ukuthi uma ngabe kungenzekile lokho silindele ukuthi ke iParliament nalo liphakamisa iflag elibovu uma ngabe kungenzekile. Kodwa futhi okunye ingakho nje singenkamkamu kakhulu bakhawula ekuthenini kuyiswe kubekwa amaphesenti ukuthi ayibe imali engaka imali yokwenza ukuthi, ngoba uma ngabe kuba nesidingo esingaphezulu kwalawo maphesenti kusho ukuthi umsebenzi awuqhubeki. Uma ngabe futhi isidingo siba ngaphansi kwalokho bese sikhala ngokuthi akufikwa ngephesenti elithile. Ngakho ke noma kukhona ikhathi la khona kuthiwa kusetshenziswa iphesenti elithile, kuyingozi ukumisa iphesenti ngoba lokho kukubopha izandla ekuthenini uma ngabe kungafikeleli leyo percent kuthiwa wenziwe umsebenzi kanti wenziwe uma ngabe kungaphezulu bese futhi kukhalwa ngokuthi kusetshenziswe ngokwevile kanti bekunesidingo sokwenza njalo. Kodwa impela kuumsebenzi wethu nomsebenzi wayo lendlu ukuthi kulandelwe ukuthi izimali ziyawenza umsebenzi ezikhishelwe wona.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can I see if ever there are still follow-ups from the honorable members? Okay, thank you very much. We proceed to question 266 asked by the honorable member De Beer to the honorable minister. Over to you.
On question 266, and I will follow your instruction, Chair. Latest information available for cost containment measures is for the period April 2015 to September 2015. The same period was selected for 2014 again for comparison purposes. The information that we have is that on the values of cost containment measures which were implemented to date, there is an actual amount of expenditure related to catering, consultants, entertainment, travel and subsistence, venue and facility hire. The value for the cost containment measures that were implemented in the national and provincial departments amount to 7.9 billion rands for the period ending in April 2014 to September 2014, and 7.5 billion for the period 2015 to September. And the analysis conducted for the period of April 2014 to September 2015 shows a total of 5% decreases which was achieved in spending of items related to cost containment measures. Values of the cost containment measures for constitutional institutions and public entities are not yet available due to these institutions using different financial management system for the payment of their goods and services. After more than 22 months of implementing the Treasury Instruction, Instruction 1 of 2013-14, dealing with the cost containment measures, National Treasury recognizes that further savings could be realized by refining the cost containment applicable to institutions governed by the PFMA. For instance, conference expenditure has also been identified as an area in which expenditure could be curtailed. Once the refined document has been through the approved processes, it will replace the current instruction note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Minister. A way maybe to go also, Minister, is video conferencing. Myself coming from the Northern Cape is a very vast province. Alexander Bay is 1,295 kilometers from Norwell Spont, and you're still in the same province. What lessons, since the introduction of the cost containment program, what lessons have we learned? Also maybe looking to the exercise that was done in the Limpopo province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Indeed, a lot of lessons have been learned, but also we do need to applaud some of the departments for having been creative in finding ways of containing costs. One of them, as you are saying, is the issue of using the technology to be able to communicate. A lot of departments actually have started using that rather than flying all the members from Pretoria to Cape Town, even for just a 2-hour meeting where we could have done that. And I trust that Parliament will also allow us to do that in appearing before committees, because I see the facilities are there in Parliament, and if we use those committee rooms that have the facilities, we can actually do that. But the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer actually was able to do that. I would quote one example of the National Treasury in negotiating hotel accommodation charges, where we were able to negotiate a fee in one of the 5-star hotels that actually equated a B&B, realizing that we are a major procurer of goods and services, and when we approach hotels with a proposal to pay a reduced tariff, it was easily acceptable, and we found that even the other hotels started adjusting downwards in order to attract the other departments. And we are in the process of trying to coordinate that, because we find that as a major procurer, we have the buying power to be able to negotiate lower tariffs and lower fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have noted the following hands: the Honorable Isaac, Honorable Mutlashiping, and the last one will be the Honorable Kaula. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you again, Honorable Chairperson. Minister, in your opinion, has there been any adverse effect on the delivery of services as a result of these cost curtailment measures? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
A short answer is that actually it has been the opposite. We have seen efficiencies, we have seen that we are getting value for our money, and we can stretch our meager resources to do more, even though we have less. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Mutlashiping.
No, thanks, Honorable House Chair. My question relates to, more often than not, Minister, government make pronouncements in terms of saving costs. However, there are elements who continue to do things as business as usual without necessarily adhering to the call made. Do we have a situation where we implemented consequence management in terms of those who did not adhere to the cost containment as pronounced by government?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is for that reason that we have now requested that the Auditor General should include auditing of cost containment as part of the auditable areas in the performance of accounting officers, right down to the staff. Because it is important, you are correct, that there should be consequence management in this space as well. So we've requested the Auditor General. It was not possible to include it in this year's audits, but going forward, we have requested that he factors the matter in. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Minister, Honorable Kaula, you're the last one on this one.
I'm partly covered, Honorable Chairperson, but I would also like to know, Honorable Minister, in respect of if this covers the travel arrangements for ministers and MECs and premiers and mayors, because I did ask that question last year to the COGTA minister and there was a response. What I would like to know is, because at that time he was acknowledging that it has not been properly adhered to, all the departments now, all your ministers, your premiers, your MECs and your mayors, are they adhering to this in respect of vehicles? Because that is where the biggest problem is.
To the Honorable Minister.
The instruction was issued to all government departments. It was also issued to provincial legislatures. And it's a matter that with the MECs for finance have also requested that they, in their own executives, also issue those practice notes, because it is when they are monitored at that level that we are better able to even get reports in relation to the implementation. At municipalities, indeed, we expect that the councils will also take it upon themselves, because at the end of the day, it is the mind shift, it is the attitude and the tradition that needs to change for all of us to understand that it doesn't matter how much resources you have, when you are handling the public finances and public purse, there is one principle. If it was your own money, would you do it? And if the answer is no, why do it if it is not your money? Because public money, in my view, is actually even more, it's more important than your own, because you can squander your own and defend yourself when you get to your spouse. But public money actually costs you more explaining than it would cost you if you misbehaved and your wife chased you away.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are now on question 283, asked by the Honorable NP Mokhosi to the Minister of Finance.
The appointment of boards in the state-owned companies is done by the shareholder minister in consultation with cabinet, and there is a process to do that. I therefore am not in a position to answer directly the question of the member with regards to the removal of one person. Thank you.
The Honorable Member Mokhosi, did you hear what the Minister said? I don't think there will be any follow-up because he
Don't talk for me, please.
I'm not talking for you. Listen
Stop
to
thinking,
me.
stop thinking.
Listen to me. I did not give you a chance to speak. I said, the Minister said he's not ready to respond to that question. I don't know whether there will be any follow-up question. I'm checking with you. Over to you.
He's not ready to answer my question. Who is? He cannot just say he's not ready to answer my question, and then he does not refer me to anyone.
Is that your follow-up?
No, it's not a follow-up. I'm answering you. I agree. You are the one who just asked the question.
Okay, take your seat then. Thank you very much. That concludes the question.
Now I'm answering you because you asked me a question.
I was not asking you a question.
You were not.
I was sharing, and I was telling you, delivering to you this important
then
information.
let me deliver my...
Then I did ask you if ever you have a follow-up question, and you said no.
That's not what I said. You asked me a question, I was answering you.
Okay,
There's still a follow-up question to come.
you did not listen to me, Honorable Member. Please listen to me. Do you have a follow-up question? Then continue with your follow-up question.
Because you are saying you are not in any position to answer me. Who should answer me? Minister. I'm not asking questions to satisfy ANC members. I'm asking the minister. Who should answer me if you can't answer me?
Take your seat, Honorable Member. We have had to take your seat. Take your seat.
Shut up.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister. Order, Honorable Members.
Thank you again, Chair.
Honorable Mokhosi, please pay attention to the minister.
Thank you again, Chair. Let me repeat what I said.
Order, honorable members.
I said the appointment of boards and people is a process that the shareholder minister undertakes in consultation with cabinet. So I'm not in a position to answer questions as to who you are going to appoint, who you are going to remove. Because if we say in this house, before that process has been dealt with, it would mean when the member rises again and asks me and gives me a person to appoint, it would mean I would have to take that. The response is very clear. There is a process to deal with matters of appointments to board.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I see if ever there's any other, the honorable member, Terblanche, you're the next.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you. I was just wondering whether the minister can maybe indicate to us how long he thinks the process will take to finalize the process. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable member Terblanche. Over to Minister.
It takes as long as we are able to identify the required skills and having submitted and whether those people have indeed met the requirements and the processes ranging from cabinet right up to the board and parliament, depending on what the founding legislation dictates.
Thank you very much, honorable minister. The honorable member Mitileni, you are the next.
Privilege. I just want to know, how long has the minister known about this question? That, he could come to this house unprepared to say it takes a process. How long has he known of this? Is he meeting this question for the first time today in this house? Or maybe he was not properly advised as to what to answer when it comes to this house.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable Mitileni.
It is being irresponsible to say, I cannot answer. Where can we get answers? As the minister,
take your seat, honorable. Order, honorable member Mtimnye. Order, honorable member. Honorable Mitileni, please take your seat. Talk to me, honorable Mitileni. The honorable members, that was not a follow-up question. Can I then take the last, if ever we still have any? Okay, we don't have any other member who wants to raise a point of or a follow-up question. Can I take? Honorable Mitileni,
I've got a suggestion here. Chairperson, I've got a suggestion.
Honorable Mitileni, is either you rise on a point of order or question?
On a point of, it's not a question. I mean, Honorable House Chair, the minister is here. He's supposed to give answers to questions that were forwarded to him long time back. That is why I'm saying, is the minister seeing this question for the first time today that he is not in a position to answer? It's a simple question. Is he seeing this question for the first time today? Because we know there are researchers, there are advisors.
Honorable Mitileni,
none of them advised him what to answer to.
Honorable Mitileni, let me ask you not to repeat yourself many times. And please learn to respond the rules. Respect the rules, Honorable Mitileni. The Honorable Minister did respond to the questions. Unfortunately, you did not listen. So that is why I'm saying this is not a point of order. So Honorable Minister, thank you very much. You are done.
Thank you.
We are now proceeding and we go to the Honorable Minister of Telecommunications. You gave me late. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Your first question is question number 251. Over to you.
251. 251 or 27.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable Tebogo, order, please don't drown us. Welcome back after a long time. The Honorable Kaula is on his feet. Yes, ma, sit.
Thank
Okay,
you, Chair.
order. Honorable Minister, take your seat. There's a member sitting behind. Honorable members, order. Order. Let's give the Honorable Kaula a hearing, please. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Can you please assist us here because you are not following the sequence that you have here? Can you just let us know which one will be next and up to the end so that we know who is following who?
Okay. It's what I was doing now. We are now with the Minister of Telecommunications, and the question is 251, ne? Honorable Minister.
Supposed to be 272.
272.
And 271 is for oral reply according to latest order, Chair.
Oh,
Yes.
my apology. Today we did not receive the paper that we normally receive. It's not in order. 272. Continue, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Member Kaola, for raising that. Honorable Mitileni. Honorable Mitileni, we are now on question 271.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Take your seats, honorable members.
The reply to...
Okay, honorable Minister, take your seat. Let me listen to the Honorable Mutara, and then you'll be the next. Maybe, take your seat. Maybe Mutara will clear the sky
Chairperson?
for us. Yes, ma'am.
The rules do not allow for members to cast aspersions on the character of members of the House. Honorable Mtileni has said the ministers are unprepared, you are unprepared. He has also said I must sit down because I am unprepared. Please rule.
Can we, thank you very much for that, honorable member. Can we have order, Honorable Mitileni? Can I continue? And yeah, I did not say that. We are on question 272. Let's continue, Honorable Mitileni. Okay, honorable members, can we allow? Okay, Honorable Tabo.
On a point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order, ma'am?
Honorable Gauteng Whip, I forgot the surname.
Honorable Mutara.
Oh, Honorable Mutara. Cannot say, Honorable Mutara cannot say, Honorable Mtileni is out of order because you've just said with your mouth that you are not prepared. So Honorable Mtileni was saying what you have just said. So I appeal to you, Chair, Hore. Iskare khadi member ratsa ANC. Di emella di bitsa di order montlung obo di alawa because you called for the minister to speak. So you must allow Honorable Mtileni to set his point of order and then rule on that, and then you can continue. You've just said you are not prepared, Chair. Those were your words. Thank you.
Eric Honorable Tabo. Dula fa se hotel. Honorable Manopule. Tabo. Honorable Tabo. Honorable Mukwele. Okay. Thanks for the correction, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mutara, o boletse tše a di boletseng ka mokgopela ra dule fase re tšwele pele. Then gone bjale ke kgopela Honorable Minister gore re tšwele pele ka re ka se dule go ralokela godimo ga ntho e tee to re ditela. Ke kgopela gore e no ba bothata ke gore ge le bolela godimo nako nngwe le ke gore reng bjale bolelelang fase ge le bolela gore re kgone go kwala ke mogadile Honorable Manopule a re tšweleng pele bana bešo. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you, House Chair. The answer to question 272, Ms. Prince, is as follows. There's been improvement in the paying of suppliers by SAPO. SAPO has undertaken an exercise to prioritize the payment of the small and medium enterprises as part of reducing its liability to suppliers and vendors. Though the situation has improved, the financial situation has remained extremely constrained, with revenues constantly not meeting the target. B, the creditors' balance as of 31st July 2015 was about 625 million, and this has come down to 433 million by the 23rd of October 2015. The delivery of the mail has also been greatly impacted by the SAPO's constrained revenue and cash flow, making it extremely difficult to consistently and fully pay suppliers. In many cases, suppliers are suspending or terminating their services, and this renders the continued processing of the delivery of the mail very difficult. The situation has improved, albeit the intermittent stoppages as indicated above. The challenges still remain in the Eastern Cape and East Rand areas in Gauteng. Measures have been put in place to manage both situations, and there are comprehensive signs of improvement. I would like, however, Chairperson, to say the SAPO employees in general are determined and to provide an efficient and reliable service, and will continue to do so everything possible to ensure that this occurs. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Prince, do you have a follow-up question?
House Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the reply. We can see that there is a slightly improvement, but there is a lot of challenges facing the post office. In view of the post office revenue challenges that are affecting the entity's operations, what is management doing to address them? Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson. As you remember, honourable members, that about a few months ago, we passed a strategic turnaround for the post office. It's a good turnaround. We appointed the board, now we're about to appoint the management. But however, that turnaround needs funding. And with the constrained environment in terms of funding, that's what is putting the SAPO at greatest risk. What we have been doing, we've been cutting costs. We have cast those costs to the bone. What we're supposed to be funding is the growth of the business of the SAPO. That will mean entering into new services, banking and financial services, electronic services. All those, they require some cash injection in order to inject the finances. We have already, in terms of cost cutting, we've done everything. We've spoken to ICASA not to put new obligations in non-viable areas, but we're continuing the services in the rural areas. We have reduced all the unnecessary contracts. We're busy cutting off those, and yet we're still having some challenges. But what is key to us now is to ensure that the company enters the growth path. We cannot just keep on cutting and cutting, because we need to increase the confidence to the workers that there's a future in this company. We need to increase the confidence to the general public that there's a future in this company. What remains to do for us is to ensure that we're working with National Treasury. The problem with the grants we've been getting, they are very costly. The commercial banks are reluctant to fund us. If they fund us, this entity, the interest rates are very high, which makes the situation of the organization a little bit poor. So that's why we'll say we need investment, but we also need some cash injection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Do we have a follow-up question? The Honorable Member Mitileni, followed by the Honorable Member Smith. The last one will be the Honorable Member Sefako. Honorable Member Mitileni.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Minister, post office staff members received half salaries this month. I don't know if you are aware. And may you please inform this House what really happened? Because ever since, before the new board was actually elected, things of this nature never happened before. For the first time in the history of, post office, nationally, where staff members receive cut salaries. Why is that?
Thank you, Honorable Mitilene. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, because of the cash flow problems I've been alluding to the members, it became quite clear. As you know, the October is a time where we have the renewal of boxes right to January. The cash projection was that we're going to get some revenue if you're checking what is happening on a year-to-year basis from renewal of post boxes. But most of you have not renewed your post boxes. You take it until the last day in January to renew. I'm not saying you as honorable members, I'm saying we as South Africa. So that's what has happened. When this happened and there was this cash flow, we always ask the management of SAPO, please engage the workers in whatever you do, because we re-established these chambers for engagement at the workplace. Of course, I'm told by SAPO they did try and attempt to engage the workers, but it looked that process didn't go very well. It was in that respect when I arrived back in the country this week, we called the management of SAPO. We instructed that they must prioritize the payment of workers and maybe delay the payment of the vendors, much as the vendors are also putting pressure on them. So the payment was not 50%, it was 75%.
Conclude,
we then
Honorable
instructed
Minister.
them to pay the remaining 25%, and that has been done as of yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister. The closure of some post banks is a worrying development and speaks to the depth in decline of SAPO's operations. Will the Minister ever take a bold and constructive step in stopping this?
Honorable Minister.
I didn't get it proper. Was it the closure of the banks or post offices?
Please clarify yourself, Honorable Smith.
Post offices.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we have engaged the board, and particularly the new board and the management about this. Yes, some of the post office may be non-viable and non-profitable. But what we are saying, instead of cutting these structures, we must cut those because sometimes they move from their own infrastructure to private infrastructure. If you check currently, I'm told the most profitable post office is in the former Transkei in the Eastern Cape. And the most loss-making post office is in Sandton because of rentals. They are paying huge rentals in these malls through these leases. But we don't want to cut the infrastructure of SAPO because it is important for the rich, particularly to the poor and the informal settlement, to the rural towns. Is still the only source of access to government services. So it is critical that we have decided that we should really put some moratorium in cutting down the number of outlets of the post office to the extent possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last one, Honorable Sefako.
Very much, Honorable House Chair. Also appreciate the fact that SAPO indeed is providing critical service to the most marginalized in the rural areas. The constraints that SAPO is finding itself in. Honorable Minister, have you perhaps been able to knock in the doors of the Reserve Bank? If so, is there any progress? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I think one of the subsequent questions will talk to the issue of corporatization. That's where we engage with the Reserve Bank. But where we knock most of the time is in the doors of National Treasury. But however, I would like to say upfront, the mere fact that we have not had this experience of workers not being paid is because when we are notified in time of problems, we are able to go to National Treasury and find some money to make sure that at least the basic services like payment of the workers is done in time. But what is required now is some cash injection to invest in the development of the postal business in SAPO. And that's where we're still finding quite difficult. Not that National Treasury is not willing. There was a money earmarked, but because of the legal processes, if you have not announced that you'll put the money to this entity in your budget in February, then we're told that we can't. Not that there's no money which can be. We are told the money we've requested, it can only be effected next year. And because it was not mentioned in the budget of February. So the challenge now is that we must go to commercial banks, and then we'll have that equity injected next year. So those are the challenges, but we are looking at other innovative ways, what we can do to bridge us in this period from now until the end of the financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We proceed to question 252, asked by the Honorable Member Labuskagan. Over to you, Honorable
Chair.
Minister.
Chair,
Honorable Mukwele.
is it proper for ANC members to recruit us inside the House?
Who is that Honorable Member?
These two honorable members. We are not
They are-
interested in ANC, we are from
Okay,
there, so we
okay,
are not
can I?
interested.
No, Honorable Manupule, no. Honorable
just
Mutara, please take your seat. Sorry, Mutara. Honorable Mukwele, take your seat. No, honorable members, we can't play in the House. You are out of order. Honorable Mukwele, that is not correct. It's not parliamentary. The Honorable Member Dlamini and Manupule are out of order. And I have ruled, ne? Now we continue. Honorable Minister, Honorable Mitilen, I have ruled on the matter. Please take your seat. We continue.
Thank you, House Chair.
Continue, Honorable Minister. Take your seat, Honorable Mitilen. Yes, they heard you. Take your seat. Take your seat, they have heard you. Continue, Honorable Minister.
The answer to question number 252 to Honorable Labuskagan about the broadband rollout, the allocation, how much is allocated to rural areas. 77% of the facility which will be connected through this broadband are in rural areas, which means that about 654 million of the 720 million will be allocated to the rural area connectivity. The rest of the money will then be the facilities which are in those small towns, in those district municipalities. How did we determine that? We have done detailed infrastructure gap analysis, which indicate where these facilities are on the map and where in the 8th district. So that's the criteria we've used we know exactly how many schools, how many police stations, how many clinics, and how many other government offices which are existing. Most of the government offices tend to be in the center of a small dorpy, and the schools and the clinics tend to be in the villages, and they are more in number. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Labuskagan, do you have a follow-up?
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I'm sure that you agree that the rollout out of broadband, especially in rural areas, broadened opportunities for job creation and economic development. So, Honorable Minister, what is the specific time frame for the prioritization of funds that will be available for broadband specific in rural areas?
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
As I've said, most of the funds in the phase 1, they're really targeting the rural areas. And why? Because if we can succeed in those rural areas, it means we can succeed everywhere in South Africa. And we realize the importance of prioritizing these rural areas because we come from a divided past. It will mean a lot in uplifting and leapfrogging those people who are in those areas in terms of their own social and economic development. We are also looking into the second phase of the broadband, which is connecting the rest of the country. We have done that now. We have costed it, and we are busy finalizing the implementation plan because that one should start in the next financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next one will be Honorable Timye.
Honorable House Chair, thank you very much, Minister. Minister, the rollout of the under-service area licenses that were awarded to some service providers almost more than 5 years ago. What is your information around that, and what is exactly the status quo now?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I don't have much information, but I do meet some of them. The real constraint really is the market structure of our telecoms in South Africa. Most of these licenses were given regional licenses. But to build the infrastructure, House Chairperson, is very expensive. That's why, as the ANC government, we are really now talking about open access networks. Because these pipes they've built, they are not full. You can run other pipes which will decrease the cost for the smaller providers. When we're talking about black industrialists, black business people entering this market, it's going to be extremely difficult. That's why we're really pushing this open access network so that the small players, yes, they'll pay some fee to those who have developed the infrastructure, but it's not like rolling out the infrastructure on your own, which is very expensive. That's why we welcome the recent announcement where companies themselves saying now they are opening their networks. I think Telkom did make some announcement recently. And we're calling to the rest of the industry really to follow that, because we cannot afford to duplicate the infrastructure. At the same time, it becomes such a barrier just to enter this industry. It's only when we have got competition and more players that we can find the cost of communication coming down. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I did not see any hand whereby members would want to make a follow-up. The Honorable Member Mukwele? You're covered. Thank you very much. We will continue, Honorable Members, to question number 264, asked by the Honorable Member Hai. Honorable Minister.
This is a very long question with, actually it's two questions. Because the first part, it talks about the appointment of the board, and the second one talk about the post-bank corporatization. But let me start with first part. Yes, the appointment of the sub-board members was made by the minister based on a cabinet approval on the 12th of August this year. The following members were appointed to the SAPO board following the due process prescribed by the SAPO Act and the SAPO Memorandum of Incorporation. Dr. Simosezwe Dak Molushaba, who's also a chairperson, Ms. Bulela Soki, Robert Nkuna, Nomahlubi Mamane, Mtutuzi Zakwe, Moraleta Molefi, Sibuse Comfort Ngiti, Lesejo Morale, Sihle Joel Ngubane, Elvis Rabohale. These members are appointed for a period of 3 years, which started on the 15th of August 2015, ending 31st of July 2018. As we said, the appointment of these non-executive board members is in terms of Section 8, 10, and 11 of the SAPO Act. Whether the second question now, whether the requirement of the Banks Act 1990, Act 94, were met in establishing a corporatization of the Post Bank, the response is as follows. The establishment and corporatization of the Post Bank process is still in progress. We have not finalized that. With the objective eventually to obtain full banking license from the South African Reserve Bank, which is the regulator. What we have done, We've done, we're in the process of Section 12, fulfilling the Section 12 requirements, which means that you must first get the authorization. What have we done now? We've done all the steps. The first one was that one of asset splits, asset and liability split. That was done and submitted to the Reserve Bank. The next other one was that one of 5-year financial projections for the Post Bank. That was done and submitted last year. What they've done now, the Reserve Bank asking us to get the latest audited statement so that we can update that. As soon as the financial statement of audit is finalized, we will submit. Then the next step after that is the submission of names of fit and proper people who will be the board of the new bank, Post Bank. This was done. All the names were required to submit, to appoint 9 board members. We submitted 15 names who have been properly screened to the Reserve Bank by the end of August this year. So those are the process we have followed. Once we get the permission to form the company, then other steps will follow, and they'll be much shorter than this. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Do you have a follow-up question, Honorable Member? Okay, the Honorable Member High maybe left to, I'm just thinking that maybe he wants to the loo, but he was here. So can I see the hands? Honorable Member?
Honorable Chairperson, we're sitting here with a Post Bank that has got a lot of money invested in it. And we're sitting with a post office that is not working. And somehow between the two, the minister must juggle to make the thing work. And we are of the opinion that it doesn't work. We have recently read of the conviction of 9 criminals that stole 8 million rand from the bank, which was defrauding the bank from unsuspecting officials. And we believe that this has damaged the profile of the bank already before it has even been formalized. Is it not going to be better for the minister to sell the bank share of the bank to the commercial market, because they are closing down the smaller post offices in the rural areas so that the people cannot use that service anymore to cash their money. They can cash their money at a commercial bank with their cards, but they can't deposit the money in rural areas because very often the postal offices or post offices have been closed. So the argument that the ones in the Eastern Cape work, I know we're getting to that question where it doesn't work. So the question is, as I've said, is the image of this bank not tarnished before it's even started, and won't it be better to sell it off to larger commercial banks where there is at least one commercial bank in a small village?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
No, Honorable Member, I think you have your facts totally wrong. Most of the commercial banks, they are closing in those small towns. And what is remaining for most of those people is a post office. And I've been there, I'm talking of the facts. So we don't intend selling the post. The assets of the post bank, they are so much ring-fenced and protected. And it is not the intention of this government to sell it to commercial banks, because the commercial banks don't have the appetite to go to those areas. They are not profitable for them. The post bank, we don't see it to be competing.
Order, Honorable Dlamini, order, please.
Okay. We don't see it, Chairperson, to be there to compete with commercial banks. We see it as a mechanism to deal with this huge gap of providing credit and finance to the unbanked.
Continue, Honorable Minister. Continue.
Because we are representing the nation.
Yes. Thank you for that, because she did ask a question,
Yes.
and we're also
it is
interested
important,
in that.
members, because every study has shown this gap. And if you go and see the most rural post office, what is the biggest activity? It's banking activity. And because we must provide capital at lower costs, the Post Bank is a low-cost capital lending facility. It doesn't offer these high interest rate and high returns, but it is a mechanism really to help the poorest of the poor in the informal settlement in the rural area where farmers need some cash funding mechanism, which are not there at the moment. If they are there, they are very expensive and not affordable. So we see it as a people's bank. We see it as a state bank, not a commercial bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member, Tebogo. Honorable Sefako, you'll follow after the Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm very happy that you say the Post Bank service the most marginalized community of South Africa, the most rural areas of South Africa. But it is my concern that the very same bank that services those people, the people that are working there, mostly 70, if not 80% of them are contract workers. When are you going to employ or make it a point that those people are permanently employed, and most of them, honorable ministers, are black people? When are you going to make sure that they are permanently employed so that they give services to the people with a free mind and free soul, knowing that at the end of the day, they can put bread into the table? Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you. Honorable Tebogo, take your seat, Honorable Tebogo. Honorable Tebogo, Honorable Tebogo, Honorable Tebogo. Honorable Tebogo, please take your seat. Honorable members, order. I think it is up to the minister, if ever he would want to take this question.
Thank you, Chair. There is a process to try and regularize the contract employees of the post office. You are correct, member. Most of them are the poor, they are low earners, and so on. There are different types of contract workers. That's what is a challenge at the moment. And most of them, they are not necessarily in the post bank section. Most of them, they are in the delivery section of the post office. But what will make these people have sustainable job, because these contract works are not sustainable, is for us to have a model where the post offices grow. It's when this parliament starts using private companies to deliver your parcels and use the state entity which is available. It's when our departments are able to have confidence and use the post office to deliver our own parcels. That's what this cabinet has done. Our cabinet has done to say, yes, we will give the work opportunity to post office. What is then required now, member, is for us to have a driver. We need managers. We need managers with the same vision. We don't need managers who think of privatization, of growth. And that's what we're going to try and appoint, as I said, as soon as possible. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sefako, you're the last one.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister. The role that is played by the Post Bank is, of course, of paramount importance. Have you perhaps also look at separating the Post Bank from the post office, so that perhaps it should also be its performance being enhanced as a special entity on itself? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
The performance of the Post Bank is good right now. The Post Bank is making profit while some ASAPO operations are going down. But we'd like to warn, we are not intending members to separate them. If you check globally, all post offices, they face the same problem, declining mail volumes because of new technologies. The financial services is what is sustaining the banks, whether is it in Italy, whether is it in the US. When you completely separate it, you make the post non-viable. So we want the post bank to be protected and ring-fenced, but it should be part of the banking group itself in the SAPO, so that there is cross-subsidization. If you separate completely, you will find that the post bank won't be viable because most of the properties belong to SAPO. So that means they have to duplicate the infrastructure instead of working as a group together. So, and we cannot afford that type of duplication. But there is no post office which survive without the financial services globally at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We proceed to question 286 asked by the Honorable Voda, who is not in the House, but I have received a note from the Honorable Member who just wrote that he is the war, but she is saying she's Honorable Mukweli, but the note says the war. And she is saying, Mitileni, Honorable Mitileni, you will take care of the question. Is that so? Okay. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The response is as follows. As you may be aware, on the 15th of July this year, I addressed a letter to the Public Service Commission in which I expressed my concern about the poor performance and lack of support and leadership I was receiving from the department in carrying our mandate. I accordingly sought an assistance and advice of the Public Service Commission. In the letter dated 24th of July, the Public Service Commission responded and informed me that based on the seriousness of the concern that I've raised, the Public Service Commission would conduct an inquiry in terms of Section 10(1) of the Public Service Commission Act. In the letter of the 3rd of August 2015 and the address to the Public Service Commission, I accepted the assistance and proposed the terms of reference for the investigation. The Public Service Commission further informed me in their letter of the 24th of July that if all witnesses and documentation are available on time, the inquiry should be completed within 60 working days of commencement. If necessary, a further extension would be formally requested. I have as yet not received the outcome of the inquiry of the Public Service Commission. The report of the Public Service Commission was due in early November, but however, on the 20th of this month, I was informed in writing by the Public Service Commission that they conducted a fact-finding inquiry on the 19th and 20th of this month, and that as a consequence of the process, additional information was obtained, which now require further probing. The Public Service Commission further advised me that they have also been delayed in finalizing their report inter alia due to the granting of the DG and the former DG Chief Legas additional time in which to make submissions to the Public Service Commission. So in short, we have not received the report and we are not likely to receive it in early November as was promised. We have given them the extension until end of November because the stakeholders involved in the inquiry have asked for more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up question, Honorable Mitileni?
Yeah, in fact, thank you so much, House Chairperson. I was of the fact that this has already been carried out. And I'm surprised if the Commission hasn't done the job as yet, because this thing is long overdue. In as far as I remember this issue, the Post Office had a problem last year when there was this strike, which was a result of dissatisfaction of members who are not full-time employed and also who are working on contracts. And if the minister says the commission hasn't, done the job as yet, I think, members of, South African Post Telecommunication are being disadvantaged because the question to me, to the minister is,
You're left with 3 minutes.
why,
3 seconds.
thank you so much. Why
3
did it take so long for the commission to be instituted? Are we not taking members of SAPO seriously just because we don't have problems? No,
You're
don't
covered.
intimidate
Continue,
me.
Honorable Mitilin. You're covered.
Can you call the bouncers
Continue,
to take
continue,
this
Honorable
to,
Mitilin. Continue.
Can you take the bouncers to
You're
take...
wasting your last seconds,
no,
Honorable
take them
Mitilin.
out first before
Honorable
we talk.
Mitilin, continue.
They are
Please.
troubling us here.
Round off your
Mr.
question.
Minister, that is the question. Are we not taking long? Is your department not taking long to respond to the plea or to the plight of the members of SAPO? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mitilin. Honorable Minister?
No, let me correct
Order,
what-
Honorable members. Order. Order, Honorable Ntebe. Order.
Thank you, Chair. May I first correct one thing? The Public Service Commission is an independent body. And they've been doing their work. They've been doing their work since we appointed them to do the inquiry. I've just said that in that inquiry, it is the sum of the stakeholders like the DGs and other DDGs were supposed to respond, who asked for postponement. It's not because the public service is not doing its work. The question from the member, I think, is misplaced. Probably is talking about the complaints from members of SAPO. There's a different inquiry. It's not conducted by the Public Service Commission. It was conducted by the Public Protector. It was then taken to the SIU. The SIU have its own processes. They don't submit reports to me. They submit the report to President, who must then apply them his mind and bring the things to me which are relevant to me and others to the post office itself. Others may go to the law enforcement agency if there's been some misdemeanors. So there's a report we are all still waiting for and we'd be all glad to receive because that's what is troubling the workers in the post office. It's not about what is happening in my own department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Mokhosi. Over to you.
It's a follow-up question, Chair.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Minister. My question to you, My question to you is if your department has a plan in order to promote the lives of our people, I mean black people. And if yes, you have a plan, what is the plan? If not, you don't have a plan, why not? Thank you.
Honorable Mokhosi, can I ask you, Honorable Mokhosi, please, you're done with your question. Take your seat so that I'll be able to protect you. But if you behave like them, then you end up all of you needing protection. So just take your seat, ma. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Yes, we do have a plan. And part of that plan is, for instance, we check the structure of the department. The majority of people employed there are blacks. We check the bursaries and assistants and SMMEs we are supporting. Most of them will come from the blacks. The small business sector, which is black. You check the directive where we say you must pay these small business people in 30 days. I've seen that sometimes we don't meet this requirement, and we know it kills black businesses. And I've directed the department that they must pay all the SMMEs, particularly black-owned, within 30 days. Of course, we don't depend on our department. We've got many entities in our stable, and we encourage them, particularly in this field. You know, the ICT is a very risky business, particularly for the small, because you're selling idea, you're not like selling a factory. And they were trying to find innovative ways to how do we support the growth of SMMEs in this sector. Just as we are coming from this week, I was very impressed about how young black and white South African youngsters are doing so well in this field. They are coming with amazing issues in terms of innovation. That's where we want to focus. The president has also directed us that we must focus on the rare skills we need to grow this sector, because it needs a lot of specialized skills. We're looking, for instance, to attract kids, the young talent from high schools, to attract the young talent at the universities, so that they don't just go general, they go to software engineering, they go to systems engineering. Those are the type of people who want to get into the system so that we can try and equalize, because it's for competition with the world. We are not only selecting blacks there, we're taking black and whites because we need these skills. Just tomorrow we'll be launching the cyber security hub to assess the public. What is the problem? We'll be working with the industry and the public sector. If you look, for instance, on the security skills in the ICT, we've got 200 top-end skills. And yet we've got so many talented kids. Whether they're staying in informal settlement or rural areas, they've got the talent. They just need to be nurtured. Those are the programs we're pushing to advance the capacity, particularly of the formally disadvantaged children, to enter this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, when will the report be made public, and will the Minister ask the Director General and or officials in the event that their conduct is found to have contributed to the department's dysfunctionality?
Minister.
As soon as the report we have, we'll study the report. If we need to act, we'll take action. We didn't just want to do this inquiry for the sake of doing it. We're doing it because we're concerned about the performance. When you bring the whole top management and they claim to you, ask why are we not performing? They say they are paralyzed. As a minister, you can't keep quiet. If they are paralyzed, I don't want to employ paralyzed people, because I'm not taking it in terms of disability. But if you say, I can't act, but you're supposed to act. So we need capable people, because we need people who can move the department fast. This department is very critical in advancing socio-economic development of South Africa. So I'll assure the member, if the inquiry comes and finds something which is wrong, we'll act. Yes, if it doesn't find anything wrong, we'll have to find alternative ways of finding good people. All what I'm saying, we need good and capable people so that we don't just walk on the same spot. We must make a distance. And in my science work is defined as force times distance. If there's force and there's no distance, you can be so tired. But if you are just on the same spot, it doesn't take us anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The following question was asked by the Honorable Member Van Lingen to the Honorable Minister. Question number 256.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm told there are 6 post offices and many other outlets in that area, and 10 delivery agents in Kaukama municipality, district municipality. There are no post offices or counter services in the Kaukama municipality that have been closed down. I'm informed. All post offices in the area, they are fully operational. The post office is committed to ensuring that all citizens of the country have access to the basic services, and that other services rendered at all branches are provided in terms of our license. The current situation, however, which prevails there, has been impacted by 2 main issues. The first one, there's been dramatic drop in the mail volumes. The delivery standard for SAPO is that after receiving a letter, it must be delivered within 5 days. But what they've done then, instead of delivering every day, is that they'll deliver maybe on the 2nd day, because the volumes are decreased quite substantially. Secondly, is that the second problem is that in that area, we also are affected by contractual workers. The agents, not really contract workers, the agents who deliver on behalf of the post office. We sign contract with people and we renew them now and again. The problem is in terms of Labor Relations Act, if you repeatedly sign contract with a person and those people receive income from you all the time and no alternative, they are taken as employees. So the SAPO management attempted to revise and terminate some of these contracts. That's where the problems are, and we've asked them to look at how they negotiate themselves out other than just terminating. Because in terms of the law, you must negotiate, you must have either offer a full and final offer settlement, other than saying, no, I'm giving you 2 months to terminate your contract. But in actual fact, they were not employees, they were contract delivery people who were delivering the people either to the chief area or smaller villages. Thank you very much.
A follow-up question. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I battle to understand what the Honorable Minister is saying. Because in the Kaukama local municipality, he says there are 6 facilities, of which 5 have been post offices and they've been reduced to post box systems only, where he then says he delivers mail every 2nd day or so. Well, it's sort of twice a week. But in Karedo, the center of more or less the center of the municipality, the post office has not paid its rent for about 5 months now. And there's one official who sits there and sits in the sun, and she says she
Order,
cannot,
honorable members.
she cannot sort the post. It is lying there in a heap. She cannot sort the post because that is not her job. Her job is behind the counter. And we can close the post office down if we want to, but she doesn't care. It's not her job. So now the postal services is totally dysfunctional in that municipality. The minister has just told us that in the Eastern Cape, post offices are profitable. Now, the people that normally would have used the post office for postal services are people who deal with the court, attorneys and magistrates and prosecutors and so on, where they work with hard copies. And I must give the minister credit. The overnight service of the post office was very good. But what is he going to do to sort out postal services and access to the post bank for the people of Kaukama?
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Now, the only post office which I know we had problem is called Miskhan, was it? Miskhan or something, because it was an outlet rented from a private owner which got burnt down last year, and they are busy reconstructing now. As I've said, member, I know it may be difficult because this thing of agents. The agent may be a businessman who's got facility and the cars who collect the post office from the post outlet and then delivers. That's what we've been saying. Some of them, they've been trying to renegotiate the contracts. And when there is no agreement, they just shut them down. They are not necessarily full-time employees or employees of the post office. They are agents of the post office. So I'm quite sure I'll go and look in that area you're saying, because it's important for us to know what is happening. Because you are correct. For us, what is important is the service to the people. It's not about the in-between, the agents and so on, the battles they have with the post office, but we still need the service to the people. If the member can be kind enough to give me the specific place and what is happening there, I'll be able to come back to the member personally or to the House to tell what is our intervention on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm not on Kaukama, I'm on all the rural areas of South Africa. The postal and telecommunication services in the rural areas collapsed. And I did bring this
Okay, Honorable Kaula, please take your seat. There is a point of order.
No, it's not a point of order. I applauded him for saying what he has said.
Oh, okay.
And then I put my hand up for a follow-up question.
Oh, okay, Honorable Member, okay, Honorable Kaula, before you continue, Honorable Member, you know that you cannot get the second chance unless if there's no other member. Yes, okay. Oh, continue.
Thank you, House Chair. And I remember we did deliberate on this in the House here with the Honorable Minister, and he promised that he was going to start rolling out the plans to revive the infrastructure so that also the rural areas do get the service. What I would like to know, Honorable Minister, is has this started? Because you know, as I well know, that in the area where we both come from, the Oku district, we don't have this service in the rural areas. Kwamagcinyeng again, ayikho le service. Emzumbe, nami ngakithi ayikho le service. Kavula Mehlo, ayikho le service. I'm mentioning but a few. But you know that this covers the whole of South Africa. It's a problem that is in the whole of South Africa. That this service, those of us who live in rural areas, we don't get it. You have got to go to town so that you get this service, Minister. Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Yes, there are certain areas of South Africa where they don't have, but the majority of the areas, I've been to the most rural areas, they are there. The post offices are there. Whether do we have the plan to expand, we are constrained by the funding at the moment. As soon as we can make post office to be a growing business, we'll be able to expand it, the network, because of its importance. If you talk about where we come from with Honorable Kaula, I know at Ngabeni, where I come from, there was a post office. I always take a picture for it because the building is still there. But guess what they did? They left the building, they went to rent a shop. So that's what the trend which has been happening. And it was informed by this thing, we're not in the property business. I'm not going to have to maintain it. So it doesn't work, that plan. We must have our own buildings. As we roll out broadband, it means we're going to invest in somebody's private building and put this very useful infrastructure. That's the plan we're trying to do as we move with the broadband plan, that we try and resuscitate. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Johannesburg, in some suburb in Johannesburg. They leave their offices and go and rent somewhere, and it's not affordable where they rent. And most of them now, they are going back to their own buildings. Those are part of the plans we're doing to make sure that the services are continued, and also in future we'll be able to roll out where there are no services currently. But most of the rural areas, they do have post offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Van Lingen, you have an opportunity for a second bite.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm getting very worried about this whole setup because when I listen to my colleague from KZN, it emphasizes the fact that the postal services throughout the rural areas are busy collapsing. And at the moment, the blame is being put on the contractors who are not being, or the contracts that are not being renewed, and the contractors that are moving out of properties belonging to the post office. And we need to say, can the minister assure us that the post office property book is in such a state that the contractors can remain there and want to remain there, point number one. And point number two, is the post office not out of line and against the law and acting unlawfully by not appointing these people permanently? And that's why we have the collapse of the post office.
Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Member. The problem is that sometimes we are hit and run, you hit and run outside. The point we've been stressing since I've been here. Excuse me, okay.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, let me protect the Honorable Member because she went out and come back again. When you were looking at me, that is why you did not recognize that she was here.
I withdraw.
Continue, Honorable. You are protected, Honorable Van Lingen. Continue, Honorable Member.
The point that
Minister.
I'm saying, I've just said, the post office went on trying to terminate the contracts. And we said they've not done it properly. To terminate those contracts in terms of the Labor Relations Act, you must negotiate, either do a full and final settlement with the person. You can't just say, I've written a letter, and then you've done it. In terms of our laws, we respect our laws. We are saying that they must follow that process. Let them engage with these people. I understand they are doing it because they thought they could just remove these people. They don't want these people to come to their employment book because of the current constraint. But that's not how we see the problem. We see these people adding value going forward. We see the post office delivering more services, so we need more employees in the future. So that's why we are not seeing these labor cutting measures as if they are helpful going forward. The way we envision this organization, that there'll be more business, there'll be more services we'll be rendering for our people, so we need to create more employment. Yes, we are constrained at the moment. And the issue really I want to say, I was in this district municipality. It's very rural. All the post offices were working well. From there, I went to another district, which is where we're piloting, is around Mpendle area in Mgungundlovu. The post offices are functioning in those rural areas. I'm just saying the practical experience is that yes, where there are problems, we encourage the members to write to us. Because sometimes it is true. The management just close and say, no, this thing is not viable. Where such things, please write to us because we want to expand the network other than contracting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Honorable Minister. Members are encouraged to write to the Minister. Honorable Timye, you'll be the last
Honorable
one.
House Chair, this thing of Honorable Van Lingen to come here and
Honorable
lobby for landlords.
Honorable Mtimye, please, Honorable Mtimye, let me address you. Honorable Mitilen, I want to address the member. Please take your seat. Honorable Mtimye, can you listen to me? Listen to me, Honorable Mtimye. You know that you are out of order, right? Please don't be out of order. We continue. Honorable Minister, we are on the last one, which is 273, asked by the Honorable Member De Beer.
Excuse me. 273.
Order, Honorable Member from Mpumalanga and Northern Cape.
The reply is as follows. I think we've answered this question, Chairperson, in essence, because 273 is speaking about the SAPO turnaround and how are we funding it and how do we plan to fund it. As I've said, I'll just summarize it. We've been through the cost-cutting measures. We've come to the bone. And now what we are going to focus on is growing the business. We've reduced all cars wastage. We have sold all the cars which we don't need. We have stopped the rental of cars which we didn't really need, which was very expensive. And we are trying now to turn the company. What we are basically going to do, Chairperson, going forward, is the leadership stability, as I've said several times. To implement this, and we need cash injection. But more importantly, we need trust in our post office. Without trust, without us from government showing that we can trust it, the big suppliers like UNISA and other publishers, they won't have that trust. When we have problems of labor stoppages like we are having currently, it does affect. I'm told one of the areas which has affected greatly today is that International Mail Center in Johannesburg, which means that international mail will only be available then sorted out for delivery tomorrow. So we do understand the frustrations of the workers. I think I must put that one clearly. We do understand the frustration of the workers, but as we put new management, We want the workers to understand too that this organization is a little bit sick. It needs just a little bit injection so that it can stand, so that it can grow for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the questions. Do you have a follow-up?
Chairperson, thank you to the Honourable Minister. You're correct, Minister. 272 and 273 goes together. Thank you.
That is why I was saying this concludes. Okay, I can now see the hands going up. The Honourable Member Van Lingen, you will start, and then you will come next, Honourable Makua.
The minister said exactly what I was saying in an earlier opportunity, that investor confidence is the important thing. And nobody is going to trust this post office when we have serious strikes that we had last year. And I'm talking about the workers. They would not have striked like that, and to that extent, if nobody was listening to them. And that's the problem in South Africa today. People are forced to strike to the bitter end to make a point. Why can't we listen to the workers and the people of South Africa before things turn violent or get to a paralytic state of non-operation before something is done? The minister can have many turnaround plans, but if he is not turning it around positively very quickly, he is not going to get anywhere. Does the minister think that he's going to get another state subsidy to where he refers to a cash injection?
Around
to
of your
save the
question,
post
you are running
office?
out of time.
I've done it, Chairperson.
You done it. Oh, did you ask your question?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It was a statement. Continue, Honourable Minister.
You know, we're not asking for state subsidy. We are asking for investment, capital injection. I think we've gone past through the stage where we're putting these subsidies. The subsidies, that's what distorted the books of the post office, really. As the owner of the entity, you people of South Africa, now and again you'll be required to put injection so that the company then, if you have capitalized the company, then you can then hold people accountable to deliver on the mandate of the company. That's all what we're saying. Yes, the strikes, we understand the concerns of the workers. That's why we're saying that we need capable management now so that we don't keep on repeating these things of having this labor unrest. We need people who will be able to deal with the workers in terms of the law. What has been happening at the post office, Chairperson, is that the management will just agree on something they know they'll never be able to implement. You are not allowed to do that in terms of the law. If you agree, then you must implement. You don't then go and say, no, I'm changing now, I'll do this. Those are the things which I believe they'll be things of the past. But what I'm calling for, that as South Africans, let's start having confidence. As government, we'll put the management, we have got a capable board, we'll put the capable management, but let's also support the post office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Makua, you still have the last one. It's unfortunate they raised their hands late. That is why I wanted to round off. Honourable Makua, continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think in life we have learned that it always depends on how you look at it. Honourable Minister, the way that I hear you, do I hear you properly that you're saying that there's a transformation that is required in the post office? And when we talk about the revenue base in the question, you are saying that the post bank is therefore a solution there too. My second question would be, Honourable Minister, would you be engaging with the National Youth Development Agency to make sure that young people are also becoming part of the repositioning process in terms of employment in the post office? My third and final question would be, Honourable Minister. My mouth is not a cafe, no? If yours is, mine is not.
Honourable Makua, I gave you a chance to speak. Please, don't take care of the other members. Concentrate on what you're supposed to do now.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the protection. My third and final question would be, Honourable
You're left
Minister,
with 3 minutes.
would it be correct
3
to
seconds, sorry.
understand
that there are scores of people in the rural community that desperately needs the services that the post office is offering.
Honorable Minister.
Let me answer the last one first. Yes, I've seen them. You know, Honorable Chair, when you go to a post office, the first thing I normally do is ask, why are you here? Just us all go. And they'll tell you, I'm coming to deposit money. Deposit money for who? For my child who's in other province. Why are you depositing it here? Because if I deposit here, she'll get most of it. There'll be no part which is taken out by the bank. So to us, it is a very essential service for the poor people. Yes, there is transformation. Yes, there'll be need for injection of young blood, as we have been saying, and working with all other stakeholders that we put young blood. But what I want to put, we are not threatening even those who are there now, that they lose employment. We are saying we want to make the cake bigger. A cake bigger so that we can trust it that it will survive tomorrow and in the future, so that it can absorb. And the majority of the people employed there, they are low-end workers. They are low-skilled workers. And some of them, that's the only place they really can find employment. And that's why we're calling the public, when you see a postman delivering, don't insult them. Don't insult them, give them something, praise them, because those are the people who really are good South African, who are making this South Africa tick. It is wrong when you start giving them your dogs to bite them because they come to your house and you don't need the post office. So those are the things we're saying. We value all our workers. Yes, we have to rejuvenate it, but more important, remember, we need to put the leadership. Without the leadership, will cause frustration to this majority of hardworking employees of the post office. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, God will bless you for valuing our people. That's the good work. And it is also great. On that note, thank you very much for availing yourself. The Honorable Minister, you are welcome. Let me welcome the Honorable Minister for Communication, Honorable Mutambi, and I'll leave you in the hands of Mama. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you. Order, members. Good afternoon. The first question to the Minister of Communication is question number 248 by Khoshi S.G. Tobejane. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Honorable Member is correct to point out that South Africa's broadcasting services were planned in such a way that most of the access was urban-based, with limited signal distribution to rural and remote areas. This was an intentional distortion by the apartheid government to control access to information to the masses of our people. However, the ANC-led government mandated the SABC as part of its public service mandate to install low-power transmitters to help bring broadcasting signals to rural communities and remote/mountainous areas where there was little or worse no reception at all. The government also mandated Centec, the signal operator, to ensure that we have a quality broadcast network. Over the years, the SABC has installed over 100 low-power transmitters, to be precise, 129, in the remote areas and smaller communities in order to improve reception for remote areas and mountainous terrains and to relay quality signals to this area. Today, the SABC television and sound broadcasting services is received by almost 90% of the South African population through analog transmitters. In dealing with the second part of the question, Honorable Chairperson, you honorable members, the month of October marks the 7th year since digital terrestrial television signal was switched on in South Africa. What it means is that Centec has been running both analog and digital signals, which marked the beginning of the dual illumination period from 2008. Actually, digital terrestrial television has started already, and what is left is to ensure that TV-owning households have access to set-top boxes which will enable them to receive digital terrestrial television services. The rollout of the digital terrestrial services will begin in all our communities, urban and rural, into digital era, and will not only allow us to introduce new channels and features, but also will ensure that there is better quality broadcasting services. Digital terrestrial broadcasting is superior to the current analog broadcasting service, and its implementation will therefore resolve reception problems, Honorable Member, particularly those experienced in remote areas and rural mountainous areas. Centec has constructed the digital transmission network to maximize the population coverage and address the current poor reception problems, particularly in the remote areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for the comprehensive response. I want to believe that where you are sitting and government, you are fully aware that with the current system, the people who suffer most are the poor. And we are increasing the burden on them to have, additional DSTV and all these sorts of things. I would love to hear from yourself as to by when is government planning to get rid of this, sporadic kind of, services to our people. I do know that the law power that you have made mention of, it's only increasing the undermining of our people, because when they are supposed to have access to all audio, radios, it becomes difficult. You have to choose one or two stations instead of having a broader choice of, whatever you wanted to listen. I wanted you to take into cognizance that information is power. If we are going to continue depriving our people information, we are undermining them, and they will forever remain at the state that they are. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Honorable Member is correct. Safe to say that, although South Africa missed the International Telecommunication Union analog switch-off date for the 17th of June 2015, the department has worked hard to ensure that the memoranda of cooperation that were signed with neighboring countries, Swaziland, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, and Mozambique, ensure that the radio frequency spectrum harmonization to avoid the interference. I would like to also report to members that the DTT network has been tested, and 84% terrestrial and 16% satellite population. Members will recall that the SK area in the Northern Cape won't need DTT. They need this 16% for satellite coverage. And I would love to report that this network is live as we speak now, and is accessible to all broadcasters to address the issues that the Honorable Member is raising. On the 1st of October 2015, we began with the registration process for set-top boxes in KMOS in the Northern Cape, and we will deliver the first government subsidized set-top boxes at this launch site before the end of November this year. So it's an indication that as government, we are committed to make sure that all South Africans, irrespective of where they are staying, they will have access to quality broadcasting services.
The Honorable Julius. The Honorable Mutashuping.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we must try to be honest. There are delays with the set-top boxes, and it has to do with the encryption or not encryption. Can the Minister please explain the difference that she has with her party and government in terms of this encryption that is causing the delays, and what's the impact of these delays on delivering these set-top boxes? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Julius, I'm advised that the question you are raising as a follow-up actually falls with question 277. I am not sure it arose from the response of the minister just now. But if you want to take it prematurely, Minister, it's in your hands. You are ready?
Yes, I'm right. I think I need to address this issue of the encryption and the difference between myself and my party. I think it's good that I urge the honorable member to cross the floor and join the party. Maybe you'll understand. I don't know what difference is he talking about into that respect. But I want to assure you that encryption has got nothing to do with the quality of signal, but has got to do with the conditions on how consumers access television content, of which the condition is that once one has to pay. So what we are talking about here with regard to digital migration, remember Section 192 gives the rights to every citizen to have access to television. And then the encryption is when we have said in the policy, those that want to encrypt their content, they must do that, but it should not be government paying for them. Here we are talking about the rural poor, the people in the rural villages, as Honorable Tavajani has indicated, to say, for them to have access to television. And then you can't encrypt SABC 1, 2, 3, 4 for the poor people. I mean, you can't do that. So, and then I think with regard to the issue of the case law that you are referring to, that happened in 2012, of the ETV against the then Minister of Communication, Minister Pole. The issue was about conditional access, wherein now you find people confusing conditional access with encryption. Because here it's about putting a security feature that will enable our boxes not to be sold outside of the country. If the box belongs to Honorable Tobejane and somebody steals it, that person cannot utilize it. That's what we have done in terms of the policy amendment that was approved by Cabinet in March this year. So I don't know what does that actually mean to say encryption, because here we're talking about security feature that will protect government investment. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Mutashuping.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the Council. No, I'll try not to be order. I know that, Minister, for a fact that you are an honest person and have got integrity. And that must be said to Julius.
Honorable Julius. Honorable Mutashuping.
Honorable Julius.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister and Honorable Chairperson, I am persuaded by the response of the Minister. I'm aware that in the question paper, there is a question that relates to migration from analog to digital. However, she alluded to that. My question relates to the fact that I'm aware that this has been piloted, the migration. And what are the lessons? I'm not asking about time frames here. What are the lessons learned, and what is it that South Africans can look forward for this migration?
The Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As we were doing the visit with neighboring countries, because we were told certain countries have migrated, only to find that when you go to Namibia, for instance, is this what Centec did to switch on both digital and analog? And then when you ask where are the actual set-top boxes, there are no such set-top boxes there in Namibia because we wanted to also see, we are told you have migrated. Let us see how have you migrated. So you find that there's a situation wherein they don't even have set-top boxes as we speak. The same thing, it happened when we went to Botswana because we went to Botswana. Because we were told all these other countries have migrated, it's only South Africa that's lagging behind. That's why at times I think we press hard to ourselves. Because when we arrived at Botswana, we realized that they have not yet even made a policy decision on what are they going to do with the issue of set-top boxes. Because in the entire Africa, you are told there are countries that migrated. The countries that have successfully migrated is only Rwanda and Tanzania. So you see now, then these are the issues that, as we are saying now, for now, as we speak now, Centec has received a box from the manufacturer. What they are doing now, they are testing it, whether it conforms with the system that I've indicated that we're 84% in terrestrial, 16% in satellite. So I wish to indicate that South Africa has got all the capacity to be able to roll out this project. Like they've indicated, they say end of the month, we're gonna have the first set-top box available. Hence now I'm talking now, already Centec has got one boxes that they are testing whether they conform with the network that we're having. So I don't see any hiccups because we also picked it up as we're doing our awareness campaign in Northern Cape on the 1st of this month, where we're busy registering people to register. Remember the SKA area, everybody qualifies to have a set-top box. It doesn't matter whether you're poor or rich because of our quest to protect the SK area. So you have seen that people are responding in numbers. They are coming. We had hiccups like the issue of television licenses. Because we have said for you to qualify, you need to have a valid TV licenses. These are the issues that together with the post office, because the other thing that the credit must be taken is to the post office in their state of readiness. They are responsible for the registration of beneficiaries. And they've done a lot of work to that effect to say, all is not dark and gloom there at the post office. There's good work also that the post office is doing, especially for this project as well. They've done a lot of work to that effect. Thank you.
The Honorable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister. The rural community, of course, also played an important role in ensuring that today we enjoy this democracy. What is your plan in ensuring that there is financial sustainability in the medias, in the communities? Okay.
Minister.
Thank you. I think this question is linked to the next question that I was going to respond on the issue of a print/broadcast media. If the chair allows, can I first deal with the question as raised by Honorable Julius?
I think we can defer the response to the supplementary.
Okay.
And proceed to the question as raised by the Honorable Julius. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. May I remind the honorable member that the Constitution recognizes that all citizens have the right to receive information and ideas. As such, the Ministry of Communications is focused on disseminating information on government's programs of action, as well as implementing the media development and diversity through advertising as provided for in our Constitution, which is inspired by the Freedom Charter. The Government Communication and Information System Department has, through its media buying unit, been ensuring that equitable allocation of government advertising, particularly to community media, is attended to. I wish to indicate that community media provide an important voice for participatory democracy and should be sustained as they play a central role to the empowerment of our communities and keeping our communities informed. The GCIS media buying unit places advertisements on behalf of government departments and has invested a total of 108.6 million on community media platforms from the period 2012 to 2014-2015. This represents a significant investment in the sustainability of our community media and is commendable progress to ensure that our community radio stations continue to broadcast and our community print newspapers continue to stay in print. For the honorable members' information, the breakdown of this expenditure is as follows. Its 21.9 million was spent on print media during the period 2012-2013 to 2014-2015. And then 86.7 million was spent on broadcast media during the period 2012-2013 to 2014-2015. We have procured advertising space in community newspapers, 40 of them, and then 121 community radio stations and 4 community televisions. This community media platform deliver targeted and relevant viewers amongst the lower income groups in rural and peri-urban areas in all our 9 provinces in the country. This enabled government to communicate its services and interact with communities throughout the country. More importantly, honorable members, government's advertising support has made it possible to disseminate messages in all 11 official languages, including Braille. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The Honorable Julius.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for the response. At a later stage, we'll talk about the breakdown of the different media houses in South Africa, what they got out of this department. I'm aware of the department's onslaught on the so-called, what they term unpatriotic media. This statement was made in a select committee yesterday. Are there any media houses, Minister, that are blacklisted either in your mind or in the corridors to be seen as unpatriotic and do not get contracts or advertisements from your department? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I really don't know what the Honorable Member is talking about, but let me try to say this up front. Yes, you see now.
All
this
the
is
members, the Minister is giving you a response.
You see, this is in our new democracy, where journalists enjoy enviable freedoms and incidents such as Black Tuesday. You know, you remember Black Tuesday, when the black journalists were arrested and progressive newspapers like The World were banned. This has been confined by our history books. You all know that, it's nothing new. Because I'm trying to raise it because it's the ANC-led government that brought the freedom of newspapers. No, can you listen, Honorable Member? Is this
Just address
ANC
the House through me, ma'am.
Is this the ANC government that ended apartheid's repression on media? I think this is the point that I want to emphasize to say then. Today, South Africa's Press Freedom Index is even better than that one of the USA, which most of you members from the opposition desk held up as some of a democratic ideal. Perhaps it's time for honorable member for some of this Western democracy to learn from us as a country, because it's the ANC that championed the freedom of media in the country. For those of you who have observed the news, 2 weeks ago, the president had a meeting with the media of South Africa, wherein again he emphasized the issue of media freedom in South Africa. So this government of the ANC supports media freedom. And then that's basically what we're saying. Maybe the problem that the honorable member is that as the ANC-led government, we've seen the need for us to support community media. It's a pity this community media, they compete with this media that is referring to. And to us, we believe that community media tell the people stories. They are rooted where people are. Hence, there's a need for us now to pull more resources towards community media because they speak the languages of the people where they are staying. So that could be our senior government, but we think it's a rational decision that we've taken, and we'll continue to support community media because they are there where people are.
The Honorable Mtileni.
Ndemasiari bomme. Riatakadza wa muthu a tshi khou amba na vhona musi hafha noni. I'm talking vendor now. All right, Mama. The establishment of community radio stations across the country is a step in the right direction as it contributes to job creation. But, Madam Minister, your department seems to be neglecting all these radio stations. Because if you check, most of those people who are manning or giving services in those particular radio stations, they go home hungry every day, just because of one reason. The department is not supportive. And we just want to know, why are you only giving subsidy to SABC radio stations and not community radio stations? Because those ones, they are also contributing immensely, giving news, updated news, of course, So I'm just saying to you, maybe if angakona urifa phindulo kha henoni, rengathi ko diba uri why is radio stations is awani chalete.
The Minister.
Nikensini ngwana mani. Nikensini ngwana mani. Yimitwini. Mara, I think I'm fanemi yingisele because I was trying to indicate how we have supported community media over the past 3 years. Yes, it's true. The community media now, they are also a feeder. They are feeder for these well-established well-established radio stations and television, in the sense that they leave the community radio station for greener pastures because on the salaries that are getting, it's likely. But it's also dependent on the governance of that particular community radio or community TV stations. What we are doing as a department that we've realized is a shortcoming is that the governance issues of most of community media are at stake, such that at times you find instances wherein a community radio or a community print is owned by family members. There's no accountability. Also, when it comes to issue of the boards, the law said that every year the boards must change. There are those that are permanent. There are a lot of issues that we've discovered. But as a department, we have got plans to ensure that the community media are financially viable so that all community members continue to have a voice in our democracy. We have just conducted a public participation process to invite all parties, of which I also invite you, Honorable Mutileni, to contribute to solution to a new community broadcasting support package. In November, as the department will conduct a 4-city listening tour to invite further comments in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. Already we've done a lot of work on the resourcing. Also with regard to the broadcasting policy that we are busy preparing, we want to also have a chapter that will deal with the support of community media to show how serious we are in making sure that community media is supported.
The Honorable Van Lingen? No, sir. The Honorable Van Lingen?
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. It's actually so tragic that the minister stands here and she refers to apartheid and the president that spoke against penalizing the media, but it was the Democratic Alliance and the media that opposed the secrecy bill and the right to speak freely. to stick to our constitutional mandate. The minister mustn't get her facts completely out of hand here while she's got the mic. The problem is that we want to establish whether community radios or people that are deserting national radio stations to community radio stations because the salaries are there. I don't think that. Community radio stations are still struggling, but the reason why they're so successful with such vast numbers of listeners is because they're serving the people and they are fulfilling a community role. Now, my question to you, Honourable Minister, is there are some deep rural areas where there are no radio stations, and how will they be assisted to get access to community radio licenses?
The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. You see, you are messing it up when you started to say it's the DA that opposed the secrecy bill. I don't know what has got to do with this issue that is at hand, because the topic here is about print and broadcast media, in which we are saying, as the ANC-led government, we are the one that started with this concept of community media. It's undisputable, that one. Be as it may be, you indicated that then what are we going to do to support areas where there is no community radio station or community print media? One of my predecessors once read out a policy statement to say 1 community radio per district. And as this government was still committed on that, as we speak now, ICASA is considering more than 26, it has granted 26 applications for this current financial year, and there are still 18 more that are still pending. They are still asking the applicants to comply with the requirements of ICASA. This is an indication and a commitment to make sure that all communities have access to radio services. That include also now community TVs. It has been our plan that at least per province, you need to have 1 community TV station. So as this government of the day, as I've indicated, we had already developed a community broadcasting support package that I'm saying we'll be consulting before the end of this year. There are 4 provinces that are left. It includes the Western Cape. I'll urge the honorable member that when we come here also, they come to these hearings and contribute. It's all about being patriotic and wanting to see when your country moving forward.
The Honorable Dekale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I have a question. Actually, I'm confused. I don't know what a secrecy bill is. I want clarity, because the Honorable Van Lingen stood up and talked about the secrecy bill, so I don't know it. I really want to check if ever we do have that to the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, it didn't arise from your response, but there is a question to you. Do you wish to respond? The Honorable Dekale says she's confused because there is reference to a secrecy bill. Are you au fait with the secrecy bill?
I don't think it's in any of these questions that were sent to me, hence I had responded to the honorable member to say what has got to do with our print and broadcast media, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, we move to our next question. It is question number 277. That question was posed by the Honorable Singh, the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The first part deals with the progress. Honorable members, let me start by indicating that the Broadcasting Digital Migration Program was handed over to the Department of Communication on the 31st of January this year by the Department of Postal and Telecommunications Services. This has enabled us as a department to put in motion a process to amend the broadcasting migration policy. I'm happy to indicate that Cabinet approved this policy on the 4th of March 2015, which was ultimately published and gazetted on the 18th of March 2015. By the time the project was handed over to our department, USASA is the Universal Service Agency that reports in the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, had already in November begun with the process to procure set-top boxes, antennas, and satellite dishes. Honorable members, USASA has appointed a panel of 26 manufacturers to produce the digital terrestrial and the direct-to-home set-top boxes, antennas, and satellite dishes. USASA has since placed the order for set-top boxes with 3 companies and then manufacturing during the month of August 2015. The production of set-top boxes is in progress, and then I will soon announce the date as to when the boxes will be available in the market. You heard earlier I said that Centec has since received the boxes. They are just testing it for conformity. The intention, and then the other question, the other part of the question was dealing with the issue of the ETV case, whether it has hampered the process. I want to say that the intention to appeal by the ETV does not have an impact on the implementation of this project. In fact, the court ruling in June 2015 has vindicated government's position on the inclusion of encryption in the subsidized set-top boxes. The department is therefore committed to expedite the DTT rollout without fear and without further delays. Honorable members, I can confirm that Centec has received a sample set of boxes and technical trials are underway. The expectation is to have the set of boxes on the ground by the end of November 2015. Also to add that the South African Post Office has begun the registration process in the Northern Cape from the 1st of October 2015. To date, close to 1,000 households have been registered. I thank you.
The Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Minister, for your reply. It is pleasing to note that the Minister's answer takes his House in confidence and reporting that although the deadline has passed, the service will be rendered before the end of this year. By Christmas, a department will deliver. And as a follow-up question, there were media allegations regarding to manufacturers importing cheap imports of these boxes from China. I'd like to know from the Minister if these allegations are true or false.
The Minister.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Member Singh, indeed there were allegations leveled against one of the manufacturers regarding the importation of imports from China. We have since engaged USASA to ascertain if these allegations are true or not. This allegation also further warrants the department to institute a formal investigation into the entire process of the procurement of the set-top boxes, antennas, and satellite dishes. To this end, we have engaged the services of the National Treasury, in particular the Fraud and Risk Unit, to conduct an investigation into the entire procurement process. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member who wishes to make a follow-up? None? Thank you very much. We proceed to question number 263, posed by the Honorable Kaula, the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, the employees of the SABC, like all citizens, they enjoy the right to freedom of association as enshrined in our Bill of Rights in the Constitution. This includes the right to join and participate in the activities of any political party of their choice. However, the SABC has a code of conduct relating to the behavior and conduct of employees during working hours and their absolute impartiality in all editorial matters. As a public broadcaster, the SABC and its employees are obliged to serve all South Africans, irrespective of their political affiliation. As a state-owned company, the board also has oversight of these matters through the Companies Act and the Broadcasting Act. Honorable members, the public also has a role to play and can report any errant official through the Broadcasting Complaints Commission in instances where they feel aggrieved. And I wish to report also, since my tenure as a minister, I've never had a case which was reported to me of misconduct that has to deal with somebody's political affiliation that hampers his or her work. I thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thanks. I would like to know, with the other organizations like the IEC, if I can make an example, there is a cooling off period that if you have been involved in politics, so much time will lapse before you can be able to be employed with the IEC, which is a very good thing, if the SAPC has got something like that. And secondly, Honorable Minister, what is your policy in respect of, because like you're rightly saying, our broadcasters, they are also South Africans like all of us, they enjoy the rights of freedom of association, etc., etc. But in the case of abuse of airtime, abuse of the microphone, abuse of whatever resources of the SAPC, where people will abuse this and make advantage of it to swing a particular ideology of a particular organization and influence South Africans irresponsibly, what policy do you have in respect of that? Because it is happening, and how do we report that? What steps are taken in such cases?
The Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Like I've indicated earlier, to say since my tenure as a minister, maybe the honorable member has got a particular case that he wants to refer, and it's open to approach me after this so that we look into that. But like I'm indicating, you see, the SABC is established by the Act of Parliament, and it spells how the SABC should function, how the SABC must be run, and you all know that the SABC is a public broadcaster. On the other hand, it's a state-owned company, unlike in the apartheid time where it was utilized as a propaganda machine. So the SABC reports all news, irrespective, no matter how good or bad, including EFF. And I've got a report of coverage because there's this allegation that the ANC is covered most. I've observed the reports wherein you see members of the opposition are taking dominance in reporting when it comes to the SABC. So the issue that is raising, you can't compare the SABC and the IEC. The SABC it's not a Chapter 9 institution like IEC. And then with IEC, it's true that you are saying that you don't have to be actively involved in politics. It's very clear in the IEC Act. But now, I'd like to invite honorable member to say now, we'll be busy dealing with the broadcasting policy. The honorable member, you're welcome to make your inputs when we do this public concert. But we'll also be amending the Act soon. Your honorable member, if you want the SABC to be governed by the IEC, you are free to come with those proposals. But for now, I think the emphasis is that the SABC is a public broadcaster, it's a state-owned entity, and it operates within the parameters of its own legislation, being the Broadcasting Act, being the Companies Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, besides the fact that the DA had to get an interdict for the Congress this year to be aired on television, I just need to establish, just to stay with the question, Chairperson, whether you remember these words. Baba loves Cloudy. He loves him so much, we must support him. Do you recognize these words? And if so, can you elaborate? What does this mean? Thank you, Chair.
I didn't know that this question time will turn into us discussing an individual, because I don't even know that statement that you are referring to. I don't know it. And I've said it that I don't know it. So that's your own thing. I don't know where you get it, but there's no such statement from anywhere.
Honorable members, is there any other member who wishes to make a follow-up question? None? We proceed. Order. Order. We proceed, honorable members, to question 279. That is the question posed by the Honorable Pakis. I am to be informed whether Honorable Pakis has made any arrangements. If he has not, I will pass the question. Oh, the Honorable Manopole. We should have been formally informed. Ordered. Honorable Julius, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yesterday, we had Honorable Mateme, not in the House, didn't make a formal, didn't approach the bench formally. I'd like to know whether there's a formal approach to the bench or the Chief Whip on Honorable Munapule's substitution.
Honorable members, the reason I brought it up is that I do not, if I have a formal letter in front of me, I do say so. I have been consistent, and that is why I said I do not have anything from Honorable Pakis, and the most consistent and right thing to do is for me to pass that question, because in front of me, Honorable Manopole, I do not have. We proceed, honorable members, to question number 287. It is the question by the Honorable Mukwili. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I need to say up front that the ministry's involvement in the cases relating to Mr. Mutsening at the SABC is only intended to clarify the matters of legal principles, amongst others, the powers of the public protector and the separation of powers. Now that honorable member has raised this issue, I think let me assist the honorable member to understand the facts at hand. You are well aware that when I was appointed as a minister last year, Mr. Mutsening was already employed as the acting chief operation officer of the SABC. This is the position which he held since 2012. During this period, the acting CEO, together with the executive management, steered the corporation to financial health in a very positive commercial market for content, sponsorship, and advertising. For those of you that were around, 2009, the SABC was given a bailout by government. In this period, the SABC's audit outcomes have improved year after year, and the public broadcaster expanded its commitment to deliver quality content and cover issues of national interest. Honorable members, based on this performance, which is easily verifiable in the SABC annual reports, the board of the SABC was satisfied that he was a suitable person to be appointed as CEO and was duly recommended for appointment. For your information on answering the second part of the question, the SABC as a state-owned company is controlled by the board of directors, not by the minister. The Broadcasting Act states that the corporation's board determines the policies of the corporation, including the remuneration policies. Therefore, as the minister, I don't have any role in the determination of remuneration of SABC employees. This is a matter that is firmly in the control of the board. It applies across the board in all state-owned companies. Now, in relation to the salaries of SABC executives, honorable member, these are independently benchmarked against similar state-owned entities and are considered to be fair remuneration for anybody occupying that position. I thank you, Chairperson.
The Honorable Mkweli.
Ke a go leboga modula Stilo. Ke be ke re go a makatsa go bona ministera a protector an individual like that. It is evident, Honorable Minister, that Hlaudi Motsoeneng lied to the state and to the public. Whatever. Minister Diana Pule was dismissed because of the remedial action of the Chapter 9 institution, which is the public protector. General Begitele was also dismissed due to that. Why are you so adamant to protect Hlaudi Motsoeneng, who lost a case, who also lost an appeal, and now you take the public funds to go and protect that individual? What is it so important that you protect that individual? Go na le di specifics tse di beilweng for that position. He admitted that he doesn't have a matric certificate, of which that was the minimum requirement for the position he is holding. So I'm asking you, me, gore ke eng se o se protectang, kgotsa ke statement se Honorable Julius a se buileng gore Baba loves Hlaudi. We must protect him with all that we have.
The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I don't think the Honorable Member should claim her ignorance, not knowing that Mr. Motsoeneng is appearing before the DC. That sits as from tomorrow. I think we should also allow this process to be concluded, to give Mr. Motsoeneng an opportunity to appropriately respond to the allegations. Like I indicated earlier, the ministry's involvement in the cases relating to Mr. Motsoeneng at the SABC is intended to clarify matters of legal principle, inter alia, the powers of the public protector, and the issue of the separation of powers. And that's the matter that we are prepared to go. Hence, the matter is now before the Constitutional Court, to that effect. Nothing else. I think for Mr. Motsoeneng to see his day in court, that's what he has been doing. He will do it on his own. But I wouldn't love a situation wherein people come here with malicious allegations that are unfounded, that are from nowhere, and you expect me to respond here.
The Honorable the Honorable Kaula. The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You have gone to town trying to justify whatever in respect of the finances, the turnaround, and so on and so forth. Now, I want the Honorable Minister to tell South Africa, are you saying minimum qualification requirements can sometimes be ignored because of other circumstances? Is that what you are saying to South Africa?
Minister.
Honorable Chair, these are matters before the courts. And then I'll refrain to comment on such a matter to say minimum requirement. Because number one, listen.
Order, members, order.
Can you listen? Can I be? Thank you, Chair. I'll proceed.
You are protected, Minister. Proceed.
These are the questions. I don't run the day-to-day affairs of the SABC, like I've indicated earlier. There's a board of directors comprised of competent South Africans that are supposed to run. That also includes the issue of the appointment. To say number one, the question that you'll raise now is that, why was he appointed in the first place without a matric? Why was he appointed? This is the question you must also help me to answer now, because he was appointed, people knowingly that he doesn't have that metric. And it's for that thing has to be answered by
Order,
the
members.
SABC board, not myself. And then, like I've indicated, he had been in the reign of the SABC, even being elevated to acting chief operation officer. Was that matter not considered by the board then? These are the questions that you need to also answer. So you can't relegate all these issues to me. And I'm saying these are the matters which the courts are going to decide on. And then I'd love to leave them at that level.
The Honorable Mtileni, can I have order, please? Order.
Honorable Minister, I'm happy that you're mentioning the issue of a disciplinary hearing. And we are all aware that in the first place you were, protecting him big time. And the issue of a DC was enforced by the court after the findings that, after the findings against him. What I want to know, Madam Minister, is that are you, in a disciplinary hearing that is undergoing, are you still in support of him?
Honorable Minister.
I notified myself on this matter to say our involvement as a ministry in this matter was solely relating to clarify matters of legal principle, amongst others, the powers of the public protector and the separation of powers. I don't think I'm in a position to protect Mr. Mutwening myself. Hence, I don't work at the SABC. I'm just a minister doing oversight, and then when the board has resolved on the matter, who am I to override the decision of the board? You have got instances, with due respect, the late of Mr. Mbebe, where in the circumstances, the minister override the decision of the board. You know what happened? I'll give you homework to go and do your homework to know what happened. So who am I to override the decision of the board if I'm satisfied that the board has exercised due diligence in coming to a particular decision?
Order, members. The last supplementary. Order. Honorable Smith, your hands are up in the air. I don't know what you are. Can I have the hands down then? Honorable Julius, you are the last. Can I have the speaker on the floor being given this space to speak?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm surprised that with this question, there are no sweetheart questions from the ANC. But nevertheless, Chairperson, I want to know from the Minister, what are the minimum requirements for the position of a COO of the SABC? Thank you, Chair.
The Minister. Order. You don't want to get a response, Ms.
The question is what are the minimum requirements of the CEO of the SABC? This is the information that I can forward to you. I didn't know that it will be required. I'll forward them to you. But I would love to say that...
Order. Honorable members.
What?
Hold on, Minister. Honorable members, you do have the right to heckle. That right I protect from this chair. But you do not have the right to drown any speaker who is on the floor. Am I understood? You do not have the right to heckle and drown. You have the right to heckle. Do not drown the speaker on the floor. Honorable Mkwili, I'm not recognizing you because this minister is on the floor. What is your point of order?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we are speaking loud because of the response of the minister. The minister cannot come to the house and tell us that she doesn't know the minimum requirements of a COO. Come on, guys. Let the minister be honest to South Africa. Let the minister be honest to this house and tell us. If she doesn't know her responsibility. I understand the COO reports directly to the minister. So why can't she know?
Honorable
No. No, no.
Honorable Mukweli. Honorable Mukweli. Please sit. Please sit down. No. Please sit down. I want to address Honorable. Sit down. I want to address Honorable Mukweli. Please sit down. Order. Honorable Mukweli, you rose on a point of order. I'm going to rule on your point of order. Your point of order is not a point of order. You rise on a point of order because I rule that you have the right, you can heckle, but you must not drown the speaker on the floor, any speaker on the floor. The point you are using to justify, you say it is because the minister says she does not know the minimum requirement. In fact, what this minister said was, I will forward you the information. So, order. At no stage did this minister say, I do not know the minimum requirements. She said, I will forward. Now, let us be, no, you cannot do that, not in this house. Honorable Minister, you have undertaken to forward the minimum requirement. Please do so. Honorable Julius, you are the last person. You did. You will have to substantiate on that privilege.
On a point of privilege, I'm happy that the minister is going to forward the answer. Is she forwarding it to you as a chairperson or to Honorable Mukweli? That of the qualifications.
Can I?
Because when I have a simple answer to my colleague, you must be a card-carrying member of the ANC. That's
Honorable Mtileni.
I don't want the minister to waste their time.
Honorable Mtileni, you are now wasting the time of this house. And the point of privilege you have risen on is not a point of privilege at all. The Honorable Minister will forward the response through to this house via the office of the chairperson of the NCOP. That is how it is done. It does not matter which response it is done through this office. You can see it. Honorable members, that takes care of the questions which this House had posed to the Minister of Communications. Siyabonga, Minister. We proceed, honorable members. Can I have some order, please? We now welcome the Honorable Minister of Public Enterprise. And the first question which we have for the Honorable Minister of Public Enterprise is question number 250. It is the question posed by the Honorable Julius. Oh, it is my mistake. I went to the other page first. It is the question posed by the Honorable Kaula. It is question number 262. Honorable Minister, Public Enterprise.
Question 2, Eskom's balance sheet deteriorated over a period of time due to insufficient profits, which had much to do with the return on assets, due to above inflationary cost increases and non-cost reflective price of electricity. In addition, Eskom had to fund the new build program from a weakening balance sheet and a downgrade by the rating agencies. In order for Eskom to be financially sustainable, the balance sheet must be strengthened. Otherwise, the shareholder support will be required. At this stage, after the 23 billion rand for the financial sustainability of Eskom, it is not necessary. Eskom has started strengthening its balance sheet by looking at cost containment program, which is the business productivity program, whereby cost reductions are targeted. But this alone will not be sufficient. And the only other option is for the price of electricity to migrate towards cost reflectivity. But that, Chairperson, is a discussion point that Eskom has at the moment.
The Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Minister, for your response. But I do hear what the Minister is saying. Can we get this commitment from the Minister as South Africans that Eskom is not going to be coming back to this cash cow called National Treasury for more funds? That is my question, that after the bailout that they received from Parliament last year, the cash cow can now be free and they will not be coming back to it for more funds. That is the commitment we need.
Honorable Minister.
And I have answered, Honourable Member, by saying that unless we have cost-reflective tariffs, unless we are able to get back what we spend in producing electricity in the country, we are never going to not come back. But what I have to assure you of, in this year that I've been the minister, I have asked all of the state-owned companies not to come back because the fiscus is far too tight. And the companies must be able to run off the balance sheet. And touch wood, up until now, we haven't had any of the companies coming to be for a bailout within my portfolio.
Is the Honorable Mtileni, Honorable Prince?
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Honorable Prince, it's Mtileni first.
Most fortunately, I serve on, appropriations and finance. And this question which is being asked by Honorable Kaula here, it's very important because if we don't take note of this, Eskom will continue to be a crybaby and treat themselves as an important institution than any other institutions in the land. Because if we follow, the way they've been operating, you check in the past 3 financial years, they were being bailed out. It is not only the only moment where they only received 23 billion. In the past 3 financial years or so, they've been getting assistance. Overspending before the end of the year, and then ask for at least a top-up budget.
Your question, please.
Let me say top-up because they are receiving another budget on top of what they've already. So we call it the top-up budget. So I also want to get an assurance from the minister that this time around, are they not going to be, the cry-babes again? Because it's a repeat of this question. It's like the minister was not aware. The minister was not aware that they've been receiving this sort of a boost on 3 consecutive financial years.
Honorable Mtileni, can I address you?
Thank you.
You do know there are rules on repetition and irrelevance. You are repeating the question which the Honorable Kaula has posed. And therefore, I do think that you should be ruled out. No, I am not allowing a point of privilege.
You may also be not aware yourself as a chairperson, the same as the minister, that it is, I just wanted to let this House know or aware that it was not the first time Eskom has approached this government for a top-up budget.
Honorable
They've been doing it on 3 consecutive financial years.
Mtileni, You used your 2 minutes to make that point.
I wanted you to make you aware.
Please don't make me
And
aware.
the minister.
The House, the country is aware, the minister is aware.
I'm
You
happy.
have, what I ruled on is that the minister does not have to respond because you have repeated
happy.
a question
No, if-
which was
If she's
sent.
now aware, I'm happy.
Please take your seat, sir.
Thank you.
The Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, what progress did Mr. Molefe make when he was acting CEO at Eskom? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In fact,
Honorable Kaula.
the issue is that if you really want to make yourself aware, you must really read all the annual reports of the last 3 years. That's the only way you're going to make yourself aware. So if I were to look at progress in the last couple of months, I'm very grateful that today is the 81st day on a tight grid where Eskom has had no load shedding. Maintenance is happening every single day. Medupi 6 has come online 7 or 8 days before it was supposed to come online, and for that, on time. And for the next couple of years to go, I'm hoping that we'll be able to pull all of those dates closer so that we bring Medupi, Kusile, and Ngula online on time and within budget. So ongoing daily maintenance is happening. So even though within this 81 days, there have been 3 large plants that have gone down for maintenance. Kahora Bassa had to go down for maintenance at the same time, which means that about 2,400 megawatts were taken off the grid. We still did not have load shedding. Because the team that we've appointed, the executives they are stable. They've worked within their budget, and we can see the progress. In this period, Sarah Wind Farm has been launched. Another project, a solar project, will be launched within the Northern Cape. And so, even though we all like a little Eskom bash, it is the state utility that provide basic services to all of us. It's an economic driver, and we must push that it works at its optimal constantly. It's the 4th largest utility in the world. It sits on an asset base of probably 421 billion rand. It employs 43,000 people. And in your time, Honorable Member, only 5 million households had access to it. Today, 11 million households have access to it. In a vulnerable period, member, in the rural areas, 160,000 homes were electrified, and they were vulnerable at the time. So I think we must really make sure that we hold it accountable to us, that we drive Eskom properly, so that Eskom plays its role in providing us with basic electricity.
The Honorable Labaskagni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that answer. And as you say, it is a company that has a big asset base, and it does provide services, basic services to everyone in the country, especially to the poor of the poor. And it did a lot of things, and therefore it is very important that we are ensured that it has a safe basis. Now, Minister, you would agree with me that the ANC-led government over the past years gave various undertakings and promised the people of South Africa that Eskom will serve their purpose in providing electricity without additional financial rescue packages or bailouts, but could not deliver on that yet. Honourable Minister, Why should the nation now believe the government's explanations and promises? Thank you.
Minister. If you don't live in this country, then you must know that the assurances that we give is an assurance that you must be feeling in your own home. That for 81 days, you have had no load shedding. Honorable member, what you must understand is, for me, it is the most important that a poor family can actually switch on a light. That's something you and I take for granted. That when we walk in, the lights go on. The fridge is on. We can put our food on the stove. We open the tap and it's hot water. That it's a proviso for everyone. And the fact that within ESCOM's vulnerable 21 years, we have still been able to provide electricity to the poorest of the poor, to communities that never had access to electricity. I believe that you can only believe what you see. And if you see it, you've got to believe it.
Honorable members, that was the fourth supplementary on that question. We have to move on to the next question. That is question number 250, posed by the Honorable Julius, the Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure, Chair, I'm not going to use the name of the company because the Honorable Julius has also not used the name of the company. But Alex Gore has never had any dealings with the company, nor with a company that holds shares from the 1st of January 2008 to the 30th of September 2015. Neither Denel, nor SA Express, and nor Safcol. ESCOM does not have direct contracts with the company. ESCOM has entered into contracts with the following entities that hold shares, that this company holds shares in. And there are three companies, De Novo Mining and Minerals, WSP Group Africa, and Hitachi Power Africa. Now, the details of the contracts are commercially sensitive as per the contractual terms that the company went into at the time when they went into those contracts. And therefore, we have to write to the companies to ask them if they are willing to have their things exposed, or you should do it as members of the legislature. And within Transnet, again, it's WSP Group, Bateman, United Manganese of Kalahari, and then Engineering Contract Strategies. And this goes from the 1st of January 2008 to the 30th of September 2015. Thank you.
The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I couldn't record everything, so the Minister can just give us that information afterwards, Chairperson. Most of our state enterprises are struggling, and these entities are where our people earn their living in South Africa, and the success of it must be secured, Chairperson. Now, Chancellor House is an investment arm of the ANC, the ruling party, I might add. As a minister deployed by the ANC, there would certainly be reason for worries about the conflict of interest when this company owning shares in other companies awarded contracts by state enterprises. Many influential individuals in society criticized government. It's not only the DA. And an ANC veteran, Matthew Sposa, also did that. Minister, do you agree that awarding tenders to the ANC company, Chancellor House, is in conflict of interest, and would you oppose tenders or contracts awarded in future by state-owned enterprises to this or its shareholders? Thank you.
Minister.
The issue, Honourable Member, is that I, of course, do not issue any tenders at all. I do not know which companies are running, because we appoint boards, and the boards appoint executives, and the boards and the executives make up the company. My responsibility is oversight. What do I have to look for? I have to look that the process of what they are doing is right. Now, when something like this comes to my attention, that this company headed by any one of the parties, and there are many, many parties that are funded by companies or that are linked to companies that do business with all of the state-owned companies. It is going to be a big mission to have to go through all of that. So for me, what I have to look at is the fact that the process of arriving at that is right. Who it is does not become my issue. And it only happens at a particular level, and that is when they apply to the department with the PFMA 54 application. And that PFMA 54 application, because it's a financial contract, it must come to me and go to finance department. And what we look at is just the risk. And the risk is we never look at who runs those things. We don't even look at it for your own party. We don't look at it for anyone's party. I don't see it before. If I do see it before, you call it interference of politicians. In fact, I really believe politicians must not be involved in tenders.
The Honorable Esak, the Honorable Mukosi, the Honorable Terra Blanche.
Honourable Chairperson, again, thank you for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, I hear you say very clearly and so aptly that you do not issue tenders. It's not your duty or part of your employ, and I respect that. But surely, and with due respect, Honourable Minister, you know full well who sits on those various boards of these state-owned enterprises. Surely then you are also aware, Honourable Minister, who those members are and who have they been deployed by. Furthermore, how well connected they are to the ruling organization or the ruling party in this country. So with due respect, Honourable Minister, through you, Chairperson, it is a very difficult pill to swallow sitting here, listening to you saying that your hands are clean and you have got nothing to do with it because you're not aware of who sits on those boards. And this is why, Honourable Minister, if I might just conclude, this is why, Honourable Minister, we find ourselves in a situation that we are in, both not only with Chancellor House, but with Hitachi also. Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's not, I don't know if the members understand, but it's not a decision I take. It's actually the law. The Public Finance Management Act does not allow political appointees like a minister or a board to make a decision about tenders within a company. That's what the executives do. And so when it is brought to my attention, I'm never going to be able to investigate every single company's process. I investigate at a particular financial level. When they bring a PFMA 54 application to me, and that then gets processed by Treasury, and they process it in terms of the law. So in terms of the law, that's the only way that you actually deal with it. Otherwise, I think there's just aspersions cast. And maybe the minister did this or that. Now, that's not what should be happening. And it's a really important fact that I think people must remember.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Sefako.
No, it's me.
Honorable Mukhosi. Sorry, Honorable Sefako. It's Honorable Mukhosi.
What is your problem? Thank you, Chair. I want to ask, is the minister going to launch an inquiry into ESCOM's Hitachi contract to ensure that prices were not inflated and that the ANC Chancellor House did not influence procurement processes? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Deloitte already has done an investigation into this matter. And Deloitte has found that ESCOM, separate that from Hitachi, ESCOM is not guilty of any different processes. So there is an investigation that has been done way before my time, because this matter has come way before my time as well. And that investigation, I've just completed reading, and it's actually cleared ESCOM within the process. So I do not think I should institute another investigation.
Thank you. Honorable Tere Branch.
Speak out, Coward.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Minister made mention of the fact that, the PFMA and so on. Will the Minister acknowledge that she's got a responsibility as a Minister of this country in terms of the Constitution and the relevant legislation, ruling areas of her responsibility? And I'm referring specifically to the PFMA, and I'm referring specifically to supply chain management principles, that she has a duty to ensure that her places that she's responsible for comply with that. Thank you, Minister, for your response.
Honorable Minister, even though it's a...
I absolutely believe that I must work according to the Constitution, according to the PFMA. That's the only way that you can work within the state. Beyond that, I'm not absolutely sure what it is that you'd like me to know, you'd like to know.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 267 from the Honorable Prince. Question 267 from the Honorable Prince, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'm going to speak about Alex Score firstly, and it's the 2014-15 financial year. The SOC has made a profit, but remember that Alex Score actually sits on a land claim. And so 162 million rand of the Alex Score budget profit had to be paid over to the 499 Erwin that are to be transferred to the Richtersveld community as per the deed of sale in 2007. Denel achieved a net profit of 270 million rand for the 2014-15 financial year. Denel's results reflect the group's consolidation on the gains of a number of strategic decisions the company has taken in the recent past. These include the turnaround Denel embarked on over 3 years, which was driven at the core by the group's strategy of revenue growth, productivity and efficiency, enhancing capabilities, fostering innovation, and people and transformation. Its revenue has grown by 28% to 5.85 billion rand in 2014-15, and this can be attributed to a 34% surge in exports, which now accounts for 52% of the company's total revenue. The company's debt-to-equity ratio has remained steady at 1.1, and the earnings before interest and tax improved by 41% to 399 million rand. In fact, Denali is now ranked amongst the top 100 global defense manufacturers and probably the second largest in the Southern Hemisphere. Eskom Holdings, for the year ended 31st March 2015, Eskom posted a net profit of 3.6 billion. This is a reduction of 3.4 billion from the previous year, although revenue increased by 10 billion rand. Primary energy costs increased by 14 billion rand due to Medupi coal agreement and increased production from the IPPs. In addition, there was an increase in finance costs amounting to 2.1 billion rand as a result of increased borrowings to fund the new build program. And it's not because the new build program is running late. It is because Eskom has been downgraded, and so debt is more expensive. And yesterday and today, we've been engaging with the credit rating agencies because we've now done everything that we've had to do when we were downgraded. And we are now appealing to the credit rating agencies to help us to get out of this. South African Express reported an operating profit of about 15 million, but a net loss of 132 million for the year ended 31st March. The airline's operational profits are attributable to the implementation of the austerity measures plan, aimed at curtailing and containing the costs of operation of the airline. So the cost containment initiatives that were implemented included revision of the in-flight catering and ground handling services, optimization of the flight schedule, and reduction of labor costs. However, the overall net loss of 132 million, and the following were the causal factors. High aircraft maintenance costs, because they are old planes. We really need to look at acquiring new planes or leasing new planes. And these new planes, about 3/4 of them are leased. So it's high finance costs. The inventory write-downs and lower revenues than budget following the decline in passenger numbers. And so with SA Express, while there's a bit of green route showing, it's not good enough. SAFCOL's net profit for 2014-15 financial year amounted to 144 million, and this was attributed to continuous focus on operational efficiencies, concerted effort on cost control, increased economic activity, and increased biological asset value. Transnet for 2014-15, a net profit after tax of 5.3 billion. Before tax, it was about 7 billion. And this is mainly attributable to the following. Revenue for the year increased by 8% to 61.2 billion rand. In 2014, it was 56.6 billion, mainly attributable to increase in volumes. Mineral and chrome increased by 13.5%, iron ore and manganese increased by 10%, port bulk and break bulk volumes increased by 8.1%, and of course the petroleum volumes were increased by 3.6%. Some highlights: rail volumes moved total above 200 MTPAs despite economic and market challenges. Strong sales were maintained for Transnet Engineering external customers with a 6.3% growth to about 1.7 billion. Solid volume growth performance at the ports, export coal plus 8.7% and export iron ore plus 6.6%. The operating cost increase was limited largely due to numerous cost reduction initiatives implemented in the company. And I'm very pleased to say, Chairperson, in a year, they actually cost contained about 1.3 billion rand. And it's just cutting out the fringes. And then, of course, further operational efficiency gains of 16.6%. The above successes were led by the following initiatives: procuring locomotives to replace the aged fleet and additional locomotives to meet capacity requirements for the general fleet. And then, of course, scheduled maintenance, and that scheduled maintenance happens constantly and on time for critical assets, and continued investment in both new and existing port infrastructure.
Honorable Minister, sorry. Honorable Mtileni.
I just want to check if the minister has forgotten that she's giving us answers. Now she's just, it's like she's giving a speech. Is there no time limit?
Honorable Mtileni.
No, she has been talking for the past 5 minutes. I think we are not aware. For almost
Mtileni.
10 minutes, she has been delivering the speech.
Honorable Mtileni.
I'm conscientizing you of...
Yeah, can you take your seat so that I address you?
I am taking my seat.
Yes. You rise on a point of order. Unfortunately, that was not a point of order. And I do have the time in front of me. She is still left with 50 seconds. Conclude, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, can you conclude with your 50 seconds?
Honorable Chair, I will do my best to give you the answers phonetically or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Prince.
I'm very happy. I'm not going to dwell into any questions. It just shows you that, Minister, in the state-owned companies, good things is happening, not only negative things. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister. Then we'll have to commend you for taking good care of the state-owned enterprises. The Charlantines have a wish of privatizing all these state-owned companies. But a follow-up is that, Honorable Minister, the concept paper being developed in this financial year, and what will be the process thereafter? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
The state-owned companies are national treasures, and whoever is in this position or in your position must hold it accountable with enough factual information that will actually help us to make it grow as it should grow. Remember, state-owned companies were actually built in the apartheid days to help with the poor white question and empower people to be able to take up their rightful places in society. You have the post office, you have the train, spoornet in the past, you have Eskom, you have the old ArcelorMittal, ISCO. They were all created as a poor white, to respond to the poor white question. And so we should help to create, for it to be the economic catalyst for all South Africans, especially the poor. And so trying to get all 700 state-owned enterprises, state-owned companies into a manageable place is to look to actually develop that concept paper. And I believe that the concept paper is now at an official level. And so, and then in December, we'll have our engagement with SASAC so that we actually tie the kind of configuration and structuring of the state-owned companies together so that we determine who sits where, who runs it, how is it structured, and also look at governance practices within the state-owned companies. It's one of the most important things, because if you don't get the governance right of state-owned companies, we are doomed to have the same old stuff that doesn't do well in our country. I'm hoping that we'll at least have the framework for the concept paper by the end of this year. I'd like the concept paper, but it has to go through a process of participation. And then we must put it out into the public so that the public actually comments on what happens to state-owned companies in their own domains.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you very
Minister.
much.
Honorable Labuskachen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Geachte minister, baie dankie vir die antwoord en dit is altyd goed om na suksesstories te luister, want dit is in ons almal se belang. Dit is egter ook alom bekend dat aspekte soos wanbestuur en ontoereikende beplanning en nie volhoubare finansiële bestuur meeste van die tyd die hoofoorsake is en faktore is wat daartoe lei dat omkeerstrategieë, bestuursingryping en reddingspakkette aangewend moet word. Minister, kan u ons vandag 'n aanduiding gee of 'n versekering gee dat die aandeelhouer bestuursmodel wat u nou ongelukkig nie aangespreek het in die antwoord nie, maar wat deel van die vraag is, wat moontlik as basis sal dien vir toekomstige wetgewing, staatsbeheerde instansies so sal rig en reguleer dat hierdie probleme uitgeskakel kan word? Dankie.
Honorable Minister.
Dit is so agbare lid, Labuskaghni. Ons moet net probeer om seker te maak dat binne die framewerk dat ons al die elemente reg kry, wat dit reg sal wees, wat dit vir ons organisasie sal help.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Labuskaghni.
On a point of order, thank you very much, but Minister may speak English, I won't mind.
Honorable Minister.
I have a very little bit of Afrikaans in a day, but it is absolutely true. Those are the elements that must go into this framework. You know, if you look at the broader asset base with Sanral and PRASA and the post office and everything, as a country we must be able to say, this one must sit here, that one must go. It's not non-core to the country and so forth. And we've got to look at that. And I think it's quite an important, I'm very grateful that you've asked that question, because those are the issues that I hope that you and your constituency will feed into the concept paper, because we must get this one right. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtileni.
Minister, before a tender is awarded in any of the 6 enterprises, do you participate by way of scrutinizing the multi-million rand tenders in making sure that they go to the right companies in the country? I say this because recently there have been complaints from local people who are providing same services, who lost a tender of about 84 million from SAA to a foreign-based company. I just want to know if you could be aware of any of these sort of happenings, such as awarding of multi-million rand tenders.
Actually, SA is not in my portfolio. I
No,
think you should speak to
Honorable
the
Minister.
minister who does that.
Before I can allow the Honorable Minister to comment, let me indicate that Honorable Mtileni, you are aware that your question is totally different to the original question, but I leave it to the Minister.
SA is not in my portfolio, and therefore I can't answer it.
Thank you. We, Honorable Minister, were supposed to get to 284, but for consistency, because in terms of the rules, if the person that has asked the question is not in the house and there is no arrangement with the table, and that has not been done, so we'll go straight to 261 from Honorable Labuskaghni. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghni. I just said in the first answer to my question, on the successes of the various state-owned companies, I put Denel in it as well. And often people say, but if you say they've got 284 million rand, or they've made a profit of 284 million rand, why now? Why is the newspaper saying that some people aren't getting paid, or the people in Denel are not going to get paid, and companies are not getting paid? And let me just quickly say that you've asked in specific about the LSSA, which is the BAE contract. Now, the transactions of this nature have high risks connected to it because it's cross-country, so it's intercontinental, and therefore the approval processes as mandated by the PFMA are intended to mitigate some of those risks. So the PFMA 54, we do both a pre-notification period as well as a PFMA process. And this goes to myself and to the Minister of Finance. And the approval of the transaction called for the ring fencing of the asset such that Denel and its employees would not be negatively affected if the transaction benefits do not materialize. Now, in the light of that, the board has come to me and told me that they wanted to have an investigation into that particular LSSA contract. But it's also a bigger investigation because we often in Denel, they've gone into a partnership with another country on small arms production. And it looks like what they've done from where I'm sitting, and I have not been in the investigation, I have a sense that they've almost overstretched themselves in going and doing this. So the board has now initiated an investigation, and you remember of the select committee. I will be very happy when it's done to be able to bring it to the select committee. But at the moment, the investigation hasn't been done. And I don't want in any way the two areas that I wanted covered and understood that would happen is that people aren't losing their jobs on the one hand, and on the other hand, I wanted people to be paid. And of the 322 million rand, my memory serves me well, about 285 million has been paid to the various debtors, creditors. I can't remember. But they've been paid. So there's a portion of about 10% where there's an agreement that have been reached. Now that's happened already. So by the end of next month, the 3 months will be up, and we'll be able to get a full report on the LSSA investigation. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Lauskagen.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the honest and open answer. But it was yesterday in the media that it was reported to the Portfolio Committee of Parliament that Denel said that indeed they were able to pay all their contractors and that job losses was not a reality. And I would have asked you, Honourable Minister, that in your capacity, your department's capacity as an oversight, that if you could give us confirmative feedback on this issue, if not today, now, and you gave us information about the board and the investigation. And my request then would be to give that feedback to the select committee, which you already did an undertaking. Thank you.
I can give an absolute undertaking right now, because the department has been in discussion with Denel that it's the 285 million that has been paid over, and then there's a alignment of Denel has to be paid to pay them because of the, I think that's how you work in business or something. I understand it academically only. And, but that 10% is actually agreed upon. So, but no Denel work has lost its job. And if it does happen into the future, we will report back to the select committee. I can't see it happening because the board has assured us that that won't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your last question in relation to public enterprise, Honorable Minister, was going to be 269. The unfortunate part is that the member is not in and an arrangement has not been made with the table. So I've been reliably informed that we can thank you for dealing with public enterprise, but I've been reliably informed that the minister will be taking questions on behalf of the Minister of Science and Technology. So, Minister, the very same rule will apply to question 274. The member is not in the house as we're dealing with science and technology. We are getting to 275 from the Honorable Prince. We are dealing with question 275, Minister, so that you don't make a mistake. Sorry, Honorable Minister, let me take Honorable Van Lingen. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, the Minister is now going to answer on behalf of the Minister of Science and Technology.
Yes.
Okay. What is the procedure going to be? We're not going to be allowed to ask follow-up questions.
No.
If we're not allowed to ask follow-up questions, then the Minister may as well submit the replies to the table and it's circulated to us.
No, Honorable Van Lingen. It's not like that. Let's get to the session. Honorable Minister, we are dealing with question 275 from Honorable Prince.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apart from operational and running costs, a large portion of the Department of Science and Technology's budget goes towards supporting the development of human capital through the next generation of researchers, emerging researchers, and the established researchers program. With regards to supporting the next generation of researchers, the department has more than doubled the number of postgraduate student bursaries from 5,477 in 08-09 to 11,335 in 014-15. An increase in the number of students supported has also been accompanied by increases in the average per capita values of bursaries. So the bursaries increased from 17,000, and I'm talking about per capita, in 08-09 to 42,000 in 15-16. It's almost 147% increase. So the average per capita values for master's bursaries increased from 27,000 to 60,000, 122% increase. While those of doctoral students increased from 42,000 to 80,000, a 90% increase. Overall, the bursary values have more than doubled within a 7-year period. While the number of emerging researchers receiving research grants from the NRF only increased from 682 to 733 in the 7-year period from 08 to 2014, the average per capita grant size more than trebled during this period, increasing from 55,000 Rand to 162,000. The Emerging Researcher Program targets women and black researchers in particular. The NRF has invested approximately 200 million Rand since 2008 in this program, making a total of 1,058 research grants comprising 698 grants to women and 594 grants to black researchers. With regard to the established researcher programs, the department has almost doubled the number of centers of excellence from 8 to 15 in the 7-year period. The number of research chairs increased from 21 to 154 in the same period, with an additional 42 women-only research chairs having been announced in 2015 to bring the total number of awarded researchers to 196. Consequently, the number of doctoral students graduating per annum almost doubled between 2008 and 2014, from 1,182 to 2,258. The DST has recently approved the Strategy for Human Capital Development for Research Innovation Scholarship, which constitutes an overarching strategic framework that systematizes and codifies the wide scope of its HCD interventions. It's in the process, the department is in the process of renewing an MOA with higher education. The renewed MOA will be informed by the scope of cooperation agreed to between the two ministers in January 2013. The scope of cooperation identified 6 priority areas, namely human resource development, research infrastructure, the square kilometre array, system-level monitoring and evaluation, scholarly publishing and e-resourcing, and the new universities incorporating a proposal for South Africa to host the Pan-African University component on space science. In fact, Chairperson, it is the first time that every province now has a university. In the program of collaboration with the DHET, the DST has roped in its agencies such as the National Research Foundation and the Academy of Sciences of South Africa. Progress has been made in a number of areas, such as the alignment of NRF research grant funding with the Department of Higher Education and Training, research and development grants, and the alignment of the DST NRF's Research Career Advancement Fellowships with the Department of Higher Education and Training's new generation of academics program. Thank you.
Honorable Prince.
I don't have any follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now come, Honorable Minister, to question 285. It's Honorable Mtileni still in the house. Honorable Minister, we now come to 285 from Honorable Mtileni.
That's about 10 pages. No, I'm teasing.
Honorable Minister. No, Honorable Mtileni, relax. Yeah. You'll get your response.
Department of Science and Technology is to develop the research and innovation capacity of the country, which includes high-level skills. The DST has made an agreement with the Department of Higher Education that they will focus on providing funding for the undergraduate students through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And the DST will focus on postgraduate student funding. While the DST thus mainly focuses on providing funding from honors, master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral levels, undergraduate students are funded only in priority areas. Only 510 undergraduate bursaries were awarded in 2014-15. Of these, 385, 75%, were awarded to black people and 254 to women. The DST has put a number of interventions in place aimed at improving the participation of postgrad students from disadvantaged backgrounds. In 2013, the Minister of Science and Technology issued ministerial guidelines for improving equity in the distribution of bursaries and fellowships, funded by the DST and implemented by its funding agency, the National Research Foundation. The guidelines have set equity targets for participation by blacks at 80% and women at 55% for all its postgraduate bursaries, that is, honors to doctoral degrees. In addition, students deemed financially needy, that is, from families whose total family income is less than 300,000 Rand per annum, should be prioritized and given full cost support, which includes tuition fees, accommodation, stipends, and research-related costs. The NRF reports annually to the Minister on the progress towards the achievement of these targets. The department has more than doubled the number of postgrad bursaries from 5,477 in 08-09 to 11,335 in 2014-15. Of the 11,335 postgrad bursaries and postdoctoral fellowships awarded in 2014, 7,057, that's 62%, were allocated to blacks. A total of 5,976, that is 53% of the bursaries, were allocated to female students, and the majority of 3,715, that is 34%, to black females. The average targets for 80% blacks and 50% females are mainly brought down by the fewer blacks and females awarded bursaries at master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral levels compared to honors levels. The NRF has had a challenge in getting lists of bursars deemed financially needy from higher education institutions in order for them to receive full cost funding as required by the ministerial guidelines. In the future, to identify these students, the NRF will request students to indicate in their bursary applications whether they have been recipients of bursaries from NSFAS. With regard to the levels of support, the average per capita values per annum increased for honors from 17,000 in 08-09 to 42,000 in 15-16. That's a 147% increase. For masters, from 27,000 in 08-09 to 60,000 in 15-16, a 122% increase. And for doctoral, from 42,000 in 08-09 to 80,000 in 15-16, that is a 90% increase. Overall, the bursary values have more than doubled within 7 years. Furthermore, the department and the NRF ensure that students are funded until the completion of their studies. Honors students are funded for 1 year, masters for 2, and doctoral degree students for 3 years. The NRF has a program that funds students who don't complete their qualifications within the minimum time. Students, however, have to motivate for funding extension. Starting in 2015-16, an additional 400 million has also been committed to further increase the number of students that will be funded, increase the per capita bursary values, and increase the number of average grant values for supervisors who will for researchers who will supervise the students. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mtileni, any supplementary question?
A very short and quick one, Minister. How are young women from rural areas catered for in the capacitation programs of the department in order for South Africa to also have women scientists in deep rural areas? It is not. Very short and...
Honorable Minister.
There isn't a program specifically that targets rural students. As I've said in my answer, and I'm assuming that that's what the minister intended to report to you, is that there is a program that targets black people and women. I think that question you could do it as a follow-up written question to the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister, you spoke of a benchmark of 300,000 rand per annum for those who qualify to get assistance. My question is in relation to that, in saying, does this benchmark not jeopardize those who are very, very, very needy? Because if you look at the benchmark of 300,000 rand, there's quite a number of people who will qualify to the disadvantage of those who may not be in a position to qualify but were more needy than those who are in that benchmark. So my question is just around the benchmark to say, does it not at the end of the day jeopardize the very, very, very needy people who may have been assisted instead of putting the benchmark at that level? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, I think it sets an upper limit. But within that upper limit, you must, and I'm assuming that that's what the department does. I have the DG here and he's shaking his head. I mean, I'm assuming that's what the department does, that there's an upper limit so that you also don't exclude upper working class families and so forth. But that the limit is from earning nothing to 300,000. Divided by 12 would be about 5,000 rand per family per month. So I assume that's what it is. But the DG is, are you shaking your head? He's shaking his head, that it is so.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 276 from the Honorable Sefako. The issue of partnership with the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education and Training to improve science and technology skill among South Africans, especially the youth.
It's kind of the same question, Chair. So I wonder if I could just take out some of the highlights, and I'm sure this response, this oral reply, goes to the members. The three departments, basic education, higher education, and science and technology, establish a joint team on mathematics, science, and technology. They have developed an integrated plan to support the learning and teaching of math, science, and technology. And this plan identifies the interventions that each department will implement in 15-16 by 2019 and then by 2030. And each department contributes to the integrated plan through interventions that are aligned in its mandate. Based on its mandate, the DST has adopted a framework for activities in support of basic education, which comprises the following interventions. The promotion of public engagement on science, technology, and innovation. They're contributing to increase learners' participation in maths and science. Then supporting the teaching and learning of maths and science. A science center-based support, and there are more than 33 science centers allocated in all provinces. The centers add the stimulating dimension to the learning of maths and science by interactive exhibits, special hands-on exhibits on science curriculum concepts, and those with science laboratories provide schools with infrastructure to conduct curriculum-based experiments. Then there's the supplementary learning and teaching resource materials. enhancing the creation of an enabling environment for learners to define their skills and knowledge, and promoting STEM EMI careers. The DST produces and distributes a set career publication which is distributed to school libraries, science centers, and special events. And then second B, enhancing the teaching and learning environment through technology and educational research. And this supports the integration of information and communication technology resources into teaching and learning. The Meraka Institute of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research developed Dr. Math, a mobile tutoring program using the Mixit platform. Furthermore, the DST pilots technologies to improve the quality of the physical learning environment at rural schools. Policy decision support through research. At least 6 research chairs have been established in maths, numeracy, and mathematics education, and they are all co-funded by the private sector.
Thank you, Honorable Sifako.
Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, you have responded succinctly and indeed covered quite a number of the issues. Scientific and technological advancement has indeed played an important role even in the developed and the developing country. For quite a long time, this has been the luxury of the rich. So we are indeed grateful that the rural poor are also benefiting from this science and technology. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sefako. Honorable Minister, we now come to the last question from Honorable Manopule to question 282. Last question of the day. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The square kilometre array project timeframes are still on track, but they will be dependent to a large extent on how fast the SCAR International Office in Manchester, UK, is able to move towards concluding the hosting agreements. The Observatory Agreement and the Intergovernmental Treaty Organization. Formal negotiations on the treaty organization began in mid-October 2015 with a meeting in Rome between the member countries of the SCAR organization. Procurement process towards construction is due to run from 2018 with completion of SCAR Phase 1 expected in 2023. Early signs should begin in 2021. The precursor telescope, Meerkat, is still scheduled for completion by 31st of March 2018 and should be producing early signs by 2017 through an array consisting of the first 16 dishes. There are currently 6 antennas installed at the site. Officials and experts at the DST and South African SCAR Project Office are actively involved in various activities and negotiation processes at the international level. This ensures that the project budgets and timelines are adhered to. In addition, the DG of the DST and the South African SCAR Project Director participate in the SCAR board, where key issues are discussed and addressed. As part of the deliberations, working papers outlining operational plans are documented and approved. South Africa has developed a risk management plan where certain interventions have been identified and implemented to mitigate any perceived risks. SCAR South Africa follows stringent system engineering processes using mature scheduling and configuration management system that have been adopted for the construction of the Meerkat. The International SCAR Office has now standardized their systems against our effective and efficient configuration management system. These systems ensure that we can deal quickly with any challenges that we may face on tight schedules that the SCAR team currently works under. Communities in the vicinity of the project are located in Brandvlei, Carnarvon, Calvinia, Loxton, Van Wyksvlei, Victoria West, Vosburg, and Williston. Socioeconomic projects for the communities are targeted at addressing 5 key areas: investment in the youth, supporting community upliftment programs, supporting the development of the SMMEs in these communities, identifying and nurturing talent among young learners, and ensuring that communication connectivity is not compromised. Progress in these areas include, but is not limited to, the schools program, which has facilitated the recruitment of qualified maths and science teachers, additional courses in maths, science, and English, the construction and equipping of the cyber lab, and science laboratories and astronomy talks, career guidance, teacher training, role modeling, holiday programs, sky viewing sessions, field trips, and exchange programs. In addition, the program has provided 24 bursaries from grade 9 to matric, from students around the area to study at Carnarvon High, the only high school in the area teaching maths and science. The school hostel in Carnarvon is being upgraded to provide accommodation for the bursary students. These interventions are starting to yield positive results. And for the first time, the grade 11 and grade 12 learners are starting to produce results that will meet the entrance requirements set by universities and universities of technology. Learners who are expected by the university will be provided with a bursary from SCAR South Africa to complete their undergraduate degree. The Further Education Training Bursary Program is designed to provide a level of support to the community and to address the artisan and technical capacity requirements of the Meerkat and SCAR facilities. An artisan training program has been established. The project has formed a partnership with Kimberley FET College and a number of businesses, where students study toward becoming certified welders, electricians, plumbers, and bricklayers, and they do their on-the-job training as well. The project has already employed 6 of the students to work on the site, and others will be employed when they graduate. There's a contractors forum established in the Karreeburg and Karoo Hoogland municipalities on the 22nd of November 2014 in order to protect, defend, and advance the interests of the local contractors and surrounding communities. 10 local contractors are being trained to prepare from a tender for contracts, in particular for the upgrading of an 80-kilometer stretch of road from Carnarvon to the SCAR site, and several have already obtained contracts. SCAR South Africa is negotiating with a major bank to provide finance for emerging contractors without the need for conventional guarantees. A course has been developed with an FET college to train emerging contractors, a broadband connectivity program where up to 400 homes in rural communities will have access to broadband connectivity following a new partnership between SCAR South Africa and Vox Telecom. Vox Telecom will connect hundreds of homes and farms around the scarce South Africa core site in the Northern Cape, in areas that previously had little or no connectivity. Costs for local communities are subsidized through the SCAR project office, and the local communities will be able to make voice calls and access broadband data services through satellite services. As part of their Digital Doorway program, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has provided VSAT systems to the schools for internet connectivity and have committed to paying the monthly connectivity costs for the school for 2 years. In July 2015, 12 young people from Williston, Carnarvon, and Van Wyksvlei will be recruited by the DRDLR into their training programs, and the e-school equipment at the local schools will be paid by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. We have established a community knowledge center in Carnarvon in partnership with Siafunda and private sector partners, which is fully equipped with computers and where many local people are being trained in various courses. Training of local people to manage and maintain the laptops and tablets are being rolled out to the schools in the area, as well as the cyber labs and knowledge centers. Prizes for successful students are subsidized, and annual art competition has been initiated. This is very exciting, honorable members, and I'm very pleased to end it here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Manopole.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, House Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the Minister, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister Brown for the comprehensive response that you have given to us. And then indeed, it shows that African National Congress government, it is hard at work. It's moving South Africa forward with its technology. And then your response saying that we are ahead with our progress. We are adhering on the timelines. We are waiting for the Australians to be able for us to be ensured that we are not held back by the others. So we would like to say thank you very much and Kuba with the work that you are doing. Please convey the message to the Minister, Naledi Pandor. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members.
Of this nature. They are time wasting.
Take your seat, Honorable
time wasting.
Honorable members, honorable members, on behalf of our Chief Whip, Dr. Motime, and our Chairperson, Memodise, to thank the Honorable Minister Brown for not only representing her department, but also acting and representing the Minister of Science and Technology. Honorable Minister, that was good. Let me thank you, members, for being patient throughout the week when dealing with the economic cluster. It's not a child's play. I feel pity sometimes for people that prepare the questions, starting on that first day to date. And the Honorable Minister has assisted us to conclude the economic cluster today. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.